Drage kolegice in kolegi, spoštovani gostje, dobrodošli, a warm welcome to our international guest. Današnji posvet Tveganja, priložnosti in izzivi, povezani z regulacijo medicinske konoplje, je namenjen stroki in odločevalcem na različnih ravneh, da bi se seznanili z mednarodnim pravnim in širšim kontekstom, v katerem v Sloveniji uvajamo medicinsko konopljo kot zdravilo, hkrati pa pripravljamo predlog politike, s katero bi omogočili tudi njeno gojenje. Med nami najprej predstavljam predstavnike mednarodnih inštitucij, Urada Združenih narodov za droge in kriminal, Svetovne zdravstvene organizacije, Evropskega centra za droge in zasvojenost. Vaša udeležba daje temu dogodku posebno težo in posebnost. Pozdravljam in se zahvaljujem predstavnikom Avstrije, Češke, Nizozemske držav, ki vsaka na svoj način urejajo gojenje medicinske konoplje in so svoje izkušnje pripravljene danes tudi z nami. Pozdravljam prisotne poslance iz Državnega zbora in svetnike Državnega sveta. Pozdrav tudi vsem strokovnjakom in predstavnikom civilne družbe, ki si prizadevate za ureditev področja na način, ki bo v Sloveniji omogočil dostopnost do zdravil iz konoplje vsem, ki jo potrebujejo, a hkrati naslovi vsa potencialna tveganja za posameznika in širšo skupnost. Razprave o uporabi konoplje v medicinske in tudi v rekreativne namene v Sloveniji potekajo že kar nekaj časa. Leta 2012 je bil v obliki državljanske pobude v parlamentarni postopek prvič vložen zakon o konoplji. Identična pobuda se je ponovila tudi naslednje leto z razpravo v Državnem zboru o zakonu o konoplji in povezani zakonom o samozdravljenju. Vlada je oba predloga zakonov sicer zavrnila, Ministrstvo za zdravje pa je od takrat s spremembami uredbe o razvrstitvi prepovedanih drog omogočilo predpisovanje širokega spektra zdravil na osnovi konoplje v Sloveniji. Na Ministrstvu za zdravje se zavedamo, kakšno breme in stisko za bolnike lahko predstavljajo informacije o zdravilnih potencialnih nekaj zdravilne rastline ali snovi, ki v medicinsko doktrino ni umeščena kot zdravilo. Nedopustno je, da ljudje v stiski opuščajo zdravljenje, ki jim ga predpiše zdravnik in posegajo po preparatih, ki ne ustrezajo strokovnih zahtevam, niso pod nadzorom strokovnih institucij in jih ponujajo posamezniki brez strokovnih licenc in podeljskih cen. Vlada Republike Slovenije je z zadnjo spremembo uredbe o razvrstitvi prepovedanih drog omogočila uporabo vseh zdravil iz konoplje, ki ustrezajo standardom za zdravila. To sicer ne pomeni, da so vsa zdravila na voljo pri nas v lekarnah, lahko pa se za potrebe zdravljenja posameznih bolnikov zagotovijo v okviru zdravstvene obravnave. Zdravila iz konoplje morajo biti obravnavana enako rigorozno, kot to velja za vsa ostala zdravila, ki so predpisana s strani zdravnika. To pomeni, da so za bolnika varna, učinkovita in kakovostna. Glede na možno tveganje morajo biti predpisana s posebno skrbnostjo. Ministrstvo za zdravje je zato zaprosilo stroko, da čim prej pripravi ustrezne smernice in klinične poti predpisovanja. Skupaj s stroko in zdravniško zbornico smo že začeli z usposabljanjem za zdravstvene delavce. Zavedamo se, da je tudi polemika o nadaljnji deregulaciji ali splošni legalizacije konoplje nujna in bo v Sloveniji potreben razmislek tako različnih strok, kot odločevalcev o tveganjih in priložnosti take spremembe. Za kako kompleksen izziv gre, kažejo izkušnje Kolorada in Washingtona. Te še zdaleč niso samo pozitivni. Razlogi in kontekst deregulacije v teh državah so po drugi strani tudi zelo drugačni kot v Sloveniji. Posebej zaskrbljujoči pa so podatki, da se z deregulacijo poveča uporaba konoplje med mladimi, sicer zato, ker je dokazano, da redna uporaba konoplje vpliva med drugim tudi na razvoj kognitivnih funkcij, spomin, pozornost in učenje. Široka raba konoplje zahteva svoj davek tudi mesec. Če se konopljo kadi, se poveča tveganje za iste bolezni, kot nastajajo pri nastajenju tobaka. Pri nekaterih posameznikih pa povzroči tudi nastop resnejših duševnih težav in motenj. Na Ministrstvu za zdravje smo prepričani, da v Sloveniji potrebujemo odprto in strpno razpravo o regulaciji konoplje v prihodnje. Ta mora temeljiti na strokovnih spoznanjih in ne na predsodkih in ne na prepričanjih. Upoštevati mora interes ljudi, vendar še posebej najbolj ranljivih, otrok, mladih in bolnih. Že danes nas skrbi, da se velika pozornost konoplji in njeni zdravilnosti v Sloveniji v vseh medijih v preteklih letih že kaže v porastu uporabe konoplje med mladostniki v starosti 15 in 16 let. Glede na rezultate zadnje raziskave ki je za evropsko raziskavo o tekovi in ostalih drogah za šolsko mladino, je v tej skupini 25% mladostnikov uporabilo konoplje. To je veliko, če se primerjamo s povprečjem drugih evropskih držav, kjer konoplje uporablja 16%. Glede na leto 2011 v Sloveniji beleži povečanje rabe v tej skupini za 2%, v večini drugih evropskih držav pa se poraba zmanjšuje. 4% mladostnikov v Sloveniji razpisali, je konopljo uporabilo več kot 40-krat v življenju. To nas uvršča v sam evropski vrh. Na današnjem posvetu se bomo zaradi kompleksnosti tematike omejili na razpravo o medicinskih konopljah, saj je bilo Ministrstvo za zdravje strani odbora za zdravje Državnega zbora naloženo, da čim prej preuči možnosti za gojenje medicinske konoplje tudi v Sloveniji. Poudariti želi, da se konoplja tudi v primeru dopuščanja njene uporabe v medicinske namene ostaja prepovedana droga. Tako ni samo pri nas, temveč skladno z mednarodnimi pogodbami tudi drugih uspeh. Medicinska stroka je prepoznala uporabno vrednost konoplje pri obravnavi nekaterih boleznih stanj. Uporaba konoplje v medicini je v skladu tudi s stališčem Mednarodnega nadzornega odbora za droge, ki pa v poročilu za leto 2016 tiste države, ki uvajajo tako imenovano medicinsko konopljo, hkrati poziva k doslednem upoštevanju določil konvencije o narkotičnih drogah. Kot dokazujejo primeri držav, ki nam bodo svoje ureditve predstavile danes, možne rešitve za gojenje medicinske konoplje tudi v skladu s konvencijami obstajajo. Omenjena stališča Mednarodnega nadzornega odbora za droge pa lahko najdemo tudi v mapah, ki se izvedo. Z današnjim dogodkom torej želimo prispevati k večji informiranosti ključnih deležnikov v politiki, državni upravi in stroki. Kako bomo v Sloveniji lažje, bolj celovito in objektivno naslovili kompleksnost regulacije medicinske konoplje in zagotovili skladnost z mednarodnimi pogodbami. Hvala in želim uspešno posvet.
Inštitucij znotraj Združenih narodov, ki se z drogami ukvarjajo. Zato kot prvega govornika vabim profesorja, doktorja Alberta Gero na oder, ki nam bo nekaj povedal o različnih vidikih uporabe konoplje in verjetno tudi nekaj o širšem kontekstu v zvezi z medicinsko konopljo. Profesor je že dolgo let dela na tem področju, tako da profesor Gera, prosim, vabljeni na oder.
Thank you very much for inviting UNODC to this meeting. It is not a big conference, it's a group of people who want to discuss about this important topic. And let me congratulate the government of Slovenia because instead of taking decision, they want to have a reflection before, they want to go to understand in depth what we are speaking about, both on the side of so-called medical marijuana, what is called, with the word that they don't like, recreational marijuana, so the sort of regulation or legalization of marijuana for non-medical purposes. My presentation is a mix of the two things related to both medical marijuana, medical use of components coming from the plant, and the health aspects related to marijuana use. But I think that my colleague of the World Health Organization, Dr. Pozniak, will follow up on the side of health, particularly physical and mental health related to cannabis use in general. Let me also say that I come from the field, as has been said. I have done 20 years of clinical practice in pharma in my town, so that is more important for me than being in the UN in terms of experience. I have followed a lot of children and adolescents using cannabis and coming to our services, to a special portion of the services that have been created in pharma for children and adolescents to avoid stigma. So I have a long experience also in treating this young patient. I want to start with this slide of a very old archaeological piece of paper coming from, you see that is the company Lilly, Eli Lilly in Indianapolis in 1913, so more than 100 years ago, and they speak about physiologically tested cannabis, analgesic, hypnotic, antispasmodic, and powerful narcotic. It means that, I don't know if you realize what does it mean saying Eli Lilly. I don't want to do publicity, but Eli Lilly started with penicillin, then they started with the first human insulin, with Prozac, that was the first serotonin antidepressant, now with Zyprexa, that is one of the best neuroleptic of the new generation. So what to say this is because these people are not joking. They are really making big business on drugs and big research on drugs. They are really one of the most engaged companies in research. And we should go to fill the gaps that we have in knowledge about cannabis, medical marijuana, and cannabis in general. We should go to understand better why, at a certain point, Eli Lilly did not produce anymore this medication. It was a prohibition of the state, was only a decision of the company, and it would be very important to understand why 100 years ago this medication that was already recognized for most of the things that are now discussed, such as hypnotic, antispasmodic, analgesic, and narcotic, are at a certain point stopped the production and did not take anymore into consideration this drug. The substances contained in this plant, 483 non-compounds in the plant, and 84 are cannabinoids. The 85 is the main cannabinoid, is the tetrahydrocannabinol. And when I organized 2 years ago a special event in the Commission on Narcotic Drugs about medical marijuana, I defined this plant a gift of God, because in reality it is containing 84, 85 substances that could be in one way or the other very useful for many aims in the clinical setting. But I also have to say that these 85 substances until now are most of them very absolutely unexplored. So no one went to check seriously what they really do in the clinical field. And you see, we are bombarded by a lot of media information, such as cannabis cures cancer. You can see on the CNN every week Dr. Gupta with the doctor, the journalist doctor in the CNN, presenting a child with autism that is improving after smoking cannabis in terms of anecdotal report. And this is not helping the scientific world, because the scientific world should be, in a certain sense, preserved, not exposed too much to this kind of anecdotal and public opinion information. Again, about autism, as I said, something that has not been checked in terms of long-term studies, but is proposed such as a solution for autism. There was also this petition of the veterans of the wars in the US asking for using cannabis for PTSD, for post-traumatic stress disorder with medical marijuana. If we look to the, I want only to start giving you the sense of the, not only the complexity of the discussion, but the complexity of the issue. The issue is very complex because we are speaking about a system in the brain that is still not well known, is relatively young in terms of research, and what we know is that when we go to administer or to smoke cannabis, we have this exogenous cannabinoids, the cannabinoids that are contained in the plant, that are going to bind the receptors of anandamide. Anandamide is the endogenous cannabinoid, is the cannabinoid produced by our brain, is a derivative of arachidonic acid. And you see, the tail, I don't know if this is working. No. I have to go back to, yes. If you look at the tail of anandamide, this is exactly what is normally going to bind the receptors. And I don't know if you remember that has been called, it is an amide, as you know, has been called anandamide because a goddess in India, in Sanskrit language, of happiness, is the goddess Ananda. There is also a group of people doing meditation. It's called Ananda Marga, meditation to obtain happiness. In my clinical experience, I found a father was registered in this association for meditation of Ananda Marga, and the son was smoking cannabis. They were both searching happiness with their different methodology. And you see that how much this tail of tetrahydrocannabinoid is mimicking the tail of anandamide, permitting the cannabinoids, the exogenous cannabinoids coming from the plant, to go to bind exactly the receptors that have been created for anandamide. Some years ago, not so many years ago, it was not known where cannabis was going to do an effect. Tetrahydrocannabinol was an alcohol, and someone was thinking that the cannabis was using the same receptors of alcohol. But in reality, it came out that there is a specific system of endogenous cannabinoids produced by the brain. And if you look to the distribution in the brain of these cannabinoid receptors, it's really very impressive. We are in front of us an enormous distribution in areas of the brain, regulating development, regulating memory and cognition, regulating reward, appetite, the immune function, the reproductive function, movement coordination, pain regulation, and analgesia. And the areas can be, most of the time, not only the cortex, that is what we control of our brain, but what we call the old brain, the ancient brain, that is the brain related to emotions and management of behavior, unconscious perception, such as the hippocampus, memory and learning, the amygdala, the store of emotion, the basal ganglia and cerebellum related to coordination and motor activity, the nucleus accumbens with the reward mechanism and the screening of salient stimuli, the cortex and frontal lobe with the executive function, the judgment and the evaluation. The role of anandamide receptors, and so the receptors that are engaged by cannabis, this role is very complex because we are in front of us, we don't have a neurotransmitter. Anandamide cannot be called a neurotransmitter, but a neuromodulator. It is going to have an effect that is modulating the effect of neurotransmitters. In this case, for example, for locomotor activation, you can see that the anandamide role is going to modulate the release and the effectiveness of dopamine. In this slide, you see that glutamate receptors, the NMDA receptors, are engaged by a modulation effect of anandamide, where it is called retrograde signaling, so on the presynaptic neuron.
anandamide is going to modulate the presynaptic neuron, making it less sensitive to the glutamate receptors and modulating the entrance of calcium in the channel receptors that are calcium sensitive. And again, in this other slide, you can see that anandamide is able to modulate the GABA receptors with the chloride ion going into the neuron at the presynaptic level. What does it mean? If you are able to reduce the sensitivity of glutamate receptors and increase the sensitivity of GABA receptors, gamma-aminobutyric receptors, you are de facto obtaining an effect of sedation, anti-anxiety, relaxation, all the things that are actually against the fighting and flying. We have numerous examples of findings regarding medicinal use of cannabis, medical use of cannabis. And you can see in already all the articles, the cannabis reduce HIV neuropathic pain. It started with neuropathic pain with different mixed etiology. Concentration of cannabis improves the surgical traumatic neuropathic pain, improves the spasticity in placebo-controlled randomized studies, and dronabinol found effective in appetite stimulation. I listed here all the areas that have been touched by any study, also minimal experience in the scientific field related to this use of medical use of marijuana. And you can see the analgesic effect, the anticonvulsive, the sedative, the antidepressive, the hypnotic, the anti-asthmatic, the neuropathic pain, antiemetic, for example, for patients treated with chemotherapy, anti-migraine, reduction of fatigue, immunomodulation, and for example, bowel irritability, memory enhancing, anesthetic effect, and antipyretic effect. All this with if you look to the scientific field, with the normal approach that we use for the scientific field, we have a lot of experience, but not consolidated literature in all of these areas. And the field is absolutely open to new investigation in these areas. But let me go to one of the important issues. It is very difficult to think to the effect of the plant, to the effect of marijuana, as someone thinks, no? Medical marijuana thinking to something that has to be smoked altogether. But it's very important to look to single substances that are included into the plant. In this case, for example, cannabidiol was able to reduce anxiety for people exposed to the speaking in public and affected by social phobia, respect to social phobia. It means that I should have smoked some marijuana before coming to speak here to don't have this anxiety. But you see that this is not related to the entire effect of the plant. It's related to the effect of cannabidiol. And cannabidiol and cannabinol have found not to have any antidepressant action, but cannabichromane and cannabidiol has shown antidepressant effect. So imagine that the same plant is containing substances that are doing exactly the opposite, or some components are doing in effect, the other components are not doing that effect. And for example, there is a lot of discussion about the association between, I think that Dr. Posner will speak extensively about mental health disorder and schizophrenia and the use of marijuana. But we have, for example, evidence about anandamide being high during the onset of the psychotic symptoms, or anandamide being high in being protective in individuals who have cases of psychosis. And in some cases, cannabinoids that have been used to reduce the symptoms, the negative symptoms of schizophrenia. So a real ununderstandable jungle of data that are sometimes contradictory among them, because we have anandamide high for the starting of the onset of schizophrenia, anandamide level high for the protective factor, and on the other side, cannabidiol is able to reduce the negative symptoms in this patient. So the role related to appetite, for example. We have cannabinol increasing appetite, such as tetrahydrocannabinol. It's very common to see our patients using and dependent on marijuana having this increased appetite. This is shared with tetrahydrocannabinol is sharing this with cannabinol, but cannabidiol is obtaining exactly the opposite effect, the reduction of food intake. The use of this medication for refractory epilepsy. We have had these studies in 2014 showing a reduction of the spasmodic effect, the spasm associated with multiple sclerosis, and also some effectiveness in refractory epilepsy. But we have also had the necessity to stop. For example, the study, there was some experimental use of this inhibitor of FAAH that became necessary because of a person dying in an experimentation. What was the purpose? The FAAH is fatty acid amide hydroxylases, is reducing the metabolism of anandamide, is increasing the level of anandamide. It was used for a role of protecting from stress in preventing post-traumatic stress disorder. The result was that the excessive increase of anandamide provoked by this medication has created a risk for life. And no one knows until now what was the real reason of this. In reality, could have been a special sensitivity of the patient to this, to the use of this medication, or any other reason related to what we don't know about anandamide effect. Imagine that someone is starting to also to identify a syndrome that could be called endocannabinoid deficiency. So people for genetic reason could be born with a deficit in endocannabinoid, and could be characterized from the clinical point of view by migraine, fibromyalgia, irritable bowel syndrome, with people who have a low level of anandamide, low level or high level of FAAH, the metabolizer reducing the level of anandamide. And all this population could be particularly sensitive to the effect of marijuana, both in terms of therapeutic effect, but also in terms of sensitivity to the problematic effect of the drug. You see, dronabinol and nabilone, for chemotherapy and nausea and vomiting, utilizing NSAID Westing, and nabiximol, another cannabis extract, treatment for spasticity and intractable pain, and marijuana extract for seizure disorder. Again, in a very confused and large-scale panorama of scenario of experimentation that have not been consolidated in strong, solid, sound literature until now. I skip this. Again, in 2017, very recently, I was looking for you to the last most updated literature, and I found, for example, that about resistant epilepsy, again, we have other studies, but no consolidated evidence have been found. We lack valid data on the safety, efficacy, and dosing of artisanal preparation available for dispensary, so the smoking marijuana, but we have evidence that if you give to someone cannabidiol 100 milligrams, you have a certain improvement of resistant epilepsy. Let me say that this is a very fun study because it is a professor of law, Professor Cohen, asking exactly the question that I would like to do, and we do in terms of our position in the UNODC, that is the position of the Commission on Narcotic Drugs. In reality, we should decide what to do in terms of which way to follow to have the approval and the registration of marijuana as a plant and marijuana in its component for the medical use. Why? Because until now, what is prevalent is that you ask people, I'm using in Canada, I'm using marijuana for autism. And you ask them, who has authorized you to do this? It was a court in Vancouver. Then I use marijuana for this and that. Who authorized this? It was a parliamentary group supporting this and winning the battle in the parliament to approve marijuana medical use, or this component of marijuana medical use. Another larger and larger, the referendum approved this. And this Professor Cohen, writing to this scientific journal, that is Journal of Pain Palliative Care Pharmacotherapy, is asking himself and asking to the audience, we have to continue in this way, or we can adopt rules that should be applied for any other medication to be registered and approved for medical use. No one go to take chemotherapy for lymphoma or a new neuroleptic or a new antidepressant approved by a referendum, by a parliamentary representative, or by a court. These are not medical authorities, are not pharmacological authorities. But we should follow, in this case, in the case of North America, he mentioned the Food and Drug Administration rules that are very clear. And he said a very, very important sentence in this article, saying, stopping advocacy that is a poor substitute of dispassionate analysis, because research is dispassionate analysis, without any push, without any pressure of financial or popular or political decision or ideological decision. And dispassionate analysis is simply looking to what are the real results of trials and then putting together trials in meta-analysis. And I listed for you the steps, the many steps, the number of steps that we followed for the approval and registration of a new medication, starting from pre-clinical trials in experimental animals, and then going to check the results in terms of screening the safety, first of all, of the medication. When I speak about the safety, I speak about also long-term effect of the medication. I make you a very simple example. If I have the improvement of a boy or a girl affected by autism at 8, 10 years old, and no one knows what happens in using this product of marijuana in the long term, what happens if this boy or girl, instead of being only an autistic patient, is becoming also aggressive and violent at 14, 15 because of a disinhibitory effect of this marijuana product? We don't have any evidence. We don't know what happens after 3 years, 5 years, 6 years of treatment with this medication. And for example, the long-term side effect or long-term problematic effects of a medication are normally tested in the history, in the registration and approval history of any new medication. So court, referendum, acclamation, or scientific trials. This is the question that we do in line with Professor Cohen, and we ask member states to be serious in this sense, not to approve the things through the normal process that is related to any other medication. The other big problem, supported by this article of Lieber and DuPont on American Journal of Psychiatry in 2012, is it is very difficult to work on smoked medication in terms of administration, in terms of evaluation of the doses, in terms of knowing what we really administer when we have a medication that is containing, as I said, 85 cannabinoids with different action from one another. And let me say, they always ask me, at the level, at the popular level, now at the public level, they ask me, is it marijuana dangerous? And they start to ask, marijuana also for recreational purpose. I always, my reply is, dangerous for whom? And you can see, for example, in this case, one single nucleotide polymorphism, changing the structure of catechol-orthomethyltransferase. Catechol-orthomethyltransferase is an enzyme that is metabolizing adrenaline, noradrenaline. If you have a valine instead of a methionine, no? In terms of changing the single, a genetic change, a gene variant that is probably spread around us in this room, and you expose yourself to marijuana, you have a psychotic reaction almost immediately. Respect to the other individual, we have no psychiatric reaction, no psychotic reaction for all the years he will smoke or she will smoke marijuana. Simply for a single nucleotide polymorphism. But I want to show you the implication of not only of genetics, but also of the environmental and social factors. The first part of this part of the graph is exactly what I said before. Valine instead of methylene, you see the percent of schizophreniform reaction going up and up in the patient with valine. And the same has been identified in patients with a history of sexual trauma. in this case, not the genetic conditions, but the sexual trauma in the infancy and adolescence provoke a reaction to the smoke of cannabis that is similar to the people carrying out a genotype variant. So the epidemiological literature in the past 20 years show that regular cannabis use induces a lot of problems. I think that Dr. Posner will go through this. I really go very fast on this part of the presentation. But we have the risk of car accident, we have dependence in a certain population, we have poor psychosocial outcome, as been said before by the representatives of the government, mental health problems, and we have to calculate, to understand what happens when we go to use this thing, to use this medication as medication to the people exposed in terms of developing some of these things that are normally attributed to the recreational use. The old story of 6 teenagers who regularly smoke that become now 1 out of 6 becoming independent, 1 out of 10 among the adults, works in school, heavy use in adolescent intellectual development. I believe only 50% to this data. Why? Because most of the things we are observing could be part of shared risk factors of both smoking and going bad in school. So we are not sure that these are attributable only to the effect of marijuana. On the other side, there is this association. And for this kind of association, or for an association related to suicide thinking or to risk of psychosis, many other medications are taken away from the market. So don't forget this, that it's enough to have someone at the European level saying that this medication has created a problem from the psychiatric point of view, from car accident point of view, etc., that the company immediately stopped normally the distribution, the selling of this medication. Dr. Volkov, you know, the Director General of the National Institute of Reviews, listed this long list of problems from the psychiatric point of view. This is a study that I have done myself with a group of co-workers in Italy, I still work recently. This is a study of 2012, that is showing a reduced sensitivity to negative emotion in people exposed to marijuana with heavy smoke, reduces sensitivity to negative emotion with the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, so the axis in response to stress producing ACTH and cortisol, that is always hyperactive when it's not necessary and unable to react when it's becoming necessary. But I have to tell you that to take away some of the allegation from marijuana per se, I found this situation in many other children at risk related to the vulnerability for developing marijuana use or developing substance use disorder. Frightening evidence about, for example, reduction of the dimension of the gray matter in the brain, in some areas of the brain. The gray matter reduced in regular smokers compared with occasional ones. Also in this case, who knows if this is a component that is an element that could pre-exist to cannabis exposure, making the smokers more heavy smokers, or is becoming as a consequence of exposure to cannabis. I synthesized for cannabis and schizophrenia these 3 conditions: shared risk factors, a parallel development of co-occurring disorders, causal model in vulnerable population, or the causal model where you say that marijuana is able to do a damage, and on the contrary, the mental health disorder coming before with the self-medication model, the mental health disorder inducing people to use marijuana to self-medicate. Something about stroke will be probably presented by Dr. Posner, but I go to the conclusion of my presentation. This is a very important statement. Why a myriad of studies have examined cannabis use in its various forms? Often these research conclusions are not appropriately synthesized, translated for and communicated to policymakers, healthcare providers, and state health officers. So we are living in a sort of confusion. Probably I have increased this confusion in Slovenia. We are living in a sort of jungle, of really unexplored jungle, and a serious approach for the real protection of the health of people, both the people in need of medication coming from cannabis, both the adolescents and young people exposed to so-called recreational cannabis, a serious approach should be, first of all, to fill the gap from the research point of view, to understand better what we have in front of us. For sure, in conclusion, cannabinoids appear to be promising now for producing not one medication, but many medications. And the rigorous approach will permit to recognize the value of this medication included in the cannabis plant. The same approach that has to be applied for any other medication. I think that we have not to accept what I call the shortcuts, saying that a court or a referendum can approve a thing without having the necessary evidence. Some years ago in my country, in Italy, I don't know if you were informed by the media, there was a proposal of the cura di bella. The cura di bella, the treatment of Dr. Di Bella, was replacing with vitamin and melatonin chemotherapy for cancer. Minister Turco, the Minister of Health, was obliged by the media, by the pressure of the media, to create a trial. No one explained what happened to the trial on the media. The trial was stopped because of the evident unethical situation, because all the people with cura di bella were done extensively. And this was not reported by the media very clearly. So we should really be very careful to approve the medication with all the serious rules that are normally used to protect the health of people. And the studies should target not the plant per se, but the cannabinoid substances included in the plant one by one. And smoking as a way to make train trials is very difficult to use because we don't control the dosage. And the undesirable side effects should be reported accurately for all the exposure. We also know that cannabinoids may induce dependence, and we have to take this into account for people who are still not in the last terminal stage of their life in palliative care 3 months before dying for cancer, but for adolescents or children treated for mental disorder. And cannabinoids may contribute to car accidents. This is another issue because we have an increase in Colorado and Washington state of a real spike, a real exponential increase of car accidents where cannabis driving under the effect of cannabis has been found the real cause of the fatal accident. And we have to remind ourselves that cannabinoids interfere with the emotional development of adolescents. This is, I am not to explain again because you have seen how much is distributed the cannabinoid system in the brain, how much delicate is in what is our unconscious brain, and this is in the developmental age could be really a problem for adolescents. And cannabinoid is significantly associated with co-occurring mental health disorder, in particular psychosis. We don't know what is the egg, what is the chicken, but to be that we have a parallel way to follow with interaction between the drug and the vulnerability for mental health disorder that in any case should be considered to protect the most vulnerable, the most fragile individual in the society. Thank you for your attention.
Hvala doktorju Gilbertu Gera za to imenitno predavanje, ki se mi zdi, da je resnično odprlo vso kompleksnost problematike, ki jo danes obravnavamo. Radi bi se držali časa, ampak bomo pa vseeno vzeli eno vprašanje, ali je kdo, ki ima kakšno vprašanje v principu za doktorja Gera. Bo priložnost tudi po prvem sklopu teh predavanj, kot da se zdaj imamo nobenega vprašanja na potem. Hvala lepa še enkrat.
Program nadaljujemo s predstavitvijo dr. Vladimirja Poznjaka, ki prihaja Svetovne zdravstvene organizacije, kjer se seveda tudi ukvarjajo z zdravstvenimi aspekti, in sicer z 2 strani. Konoplje kot droge in konoplje kot zdravila. Vabim ga, da nam pove nekaj o zdravstvenih in socialnih posledicah medicinske rabe konoplje. Dr. Poznjak je vodja tistega dela vezano na globalni ravni, kjer se ukvarjajo z duševnim zdravjem in seveda tudi prepovedanimi drogami in alkoholom.
presentation, and let me start with the lots of appreciation to the government of Slovenia for the opportunity to present some results of WHO work in this area. Let me also mention that in terms of declaration of conflict of interest, I have none, and I want to acknowledge Maria Ranstorp and Wayne Paul as two another co-editors of the publication that will be basis and main basis of my presentation today, as well as participants and contributors of the World Health Organization's expert meeting on the effects of cannabis and cannabis use disorders on health and social functioning that we had in 2015. It's not the first time when the World Health Organization comes to study the health and social effects of cannabis use. The last time it was 20 years ago, and in 1995 we had an expert meeting on cannabis. In 1997 there was a WHO publication, the only one till 2016, that summarized the health perspective and research agenda for cannabis. And nowadays, when we have the cannabis in the center of drug policy debates, we found it necessary to convene another meeting of experts to update all the evidence that we have at the moment about the health effects of cannabis use. And we had this meeting in 2015. One of the major objectives of the meeting was to review and synthesize the best available evidence on the impact of cannabis use and cannabis use disorders on health. We addressed the health system responses to cannabis use disorders and addressed priorities for international research. In early 2016, we published this summary, which is in fact an update of our publication from 1997. And however, it does not cover the medical use of cannabis. It does not cover the details of cannabinoid or pharmaceutical preparations based on cannabis, though I will address these issues in my presentation later. If to speak about the cannabis plant profile, so we know, I think Dr. Gera already referred to the composition of the cannabis plant, which is indeed very rapidly developing area, and the fact that now Dr. Gera presented 86 cannabinoids, but I think now it's more than 110 cannabinoids which are known already, and we may expect even more to be discovered in the nearest future. And this is just discovery of cannabinoids. We don't know much about their role in the system, in the organism, in the brain system. And the most common preparations, they are well known, so I will not go into that. But what is important to say at the beginning, that the cannabis potency looks like it's been increasing, particularly with different marijuana strains now, when it's possible really to model what you want to expect from any particular strain of marijuana plant, and which may be both beneficial for the users and may be beneficial for potential medical use, but this is something which is definitely something new, though high potent strains were known for many years before. Mode of administration definitely changed the effects, and the use behavior might be changing significantly, and the implications for public health are not yet clear with new ways of administration like vaping devices. What would it mean for future use of cannabinoids and what would be the public health implications is not yet known. If to speak about the cannabinoid system, I think Dr. Gera has already addressed that. I will not go into that. But this is definitely the system as we have for many neuropsychoactive substances. When there are equivalents in our natural brain, the same molecules which are part of every day, every moment regulation of our functioning, but in the dosages which are far smaller than the dosages which are being administered as marijuana use or opioid use or whatever other psychoactive, or ethanol, alcohol or tobacco. The dosages which we ingest, administer with this kind of use are much higher than what we normally have in our brains. And the implications of that are quite different. The prevalence of cannabis use in the world is very high, as we know, so it's the most commonly used psychoactive drug. The prevalence of cannabis use among young people in Europe is estimated to range very high, from 1 to 45%, and this is what we see in other parts of the world. The variance in prevalence of cannabis use and cannabis use disorders is quite dramatic, so it's not, but again, this is the picture which is similar to other psychoactive substances. What are the effects of Oh yes, sorry, I haven't done it at the beginning. I'm very sorry for that. But okay, so what we are talking about the effects on health, we shouldn't forget that from the World Health Organization perspective, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. In the report that we presented last year, we divided the short-term effects of cannabis on health and long-term effects. This is a traditional distinction between different effects of different substances on health. And of course, the short-term effects depend, as probably many of you know, very much not only on the dose mode of administration, but also on setting, and the expectations of users extremely important for that. Cannabis intoxication is a common short-term, is the most common effect on health status. Long-term effects develop with time and depending on the overall exposure. And major challenge exists in terms of health effects of cannabis in establishing causality in associations which are currently presented in many scientific studies. What is the primary, what is the cause, and what is the consequence? This is the challenge that for many conditions which apparently are considered both in terms of beneficial therapeutic effects of cannabis as well as negative effects of cannabis on health, this continues to be a significant challenge. In medicine and in public health, we have several criteria to address this challenge. One is biological plausibility. Do we know biological mechanisms which may explain this kind of association? Do we have dose-response relationship? It means that more you use, more effect you have on the same health consequence that you expect. Do we have specificity? Do we have effects that are specific to cannabis and not to broader range of substances which may be used together with cannabis? And do we have reversibility of association? It means that when you stop administering cannabis, for example, in this case, the health effects are going down or disappear. So all this, unfortunately, for many issues that I will talk about, is still far from definite resolution. To speak about the cannabis intoxication, we definitely, and I think it's well known around the world now, that acute toxicity of cannabis is extremely low. In terms of potential of cannabis to cause, or cannabinoids to cause a death, this potential is very low because toxicity is very low, and CB receptors, cannabinoid receptors, are not present, almost not present in the stem of our brain, which regulates our breathing, of our cardiac function. And that's why for opioid receptors it's the opposite. There are many opioid receptors in the stem of our brain. That's why opioids overdose results in almost immediate death, as well as alcohol. For cannabinoids it's very different. However, cannabinoids receptors are present in many parts, as Dr. Jarrah showed on one of my slides. They're present in many parts of our bodies, and their function for all these parts are not yet well known. Adverse effects of cannabis use, and again, we have tachycardia, which is increased rate of blood constrictions, is a pulse, is a very most reliable sign of cannabis intoxication. And of course, some cardiovascular effects are related to this impact of cannabis. But normally, those who start to use cannabis, or who continue to use cannabis, are those who didn't experience or don't experience significant adverse effects of cannabis use, which may be linked to genotype, to genetic variations, which Dr. Gerard referred to, because these adverse effects are quite dramatic in some individuals, in minority of individuals, but this minority is quite substantial. It's panic attacks, it's paranoia, it's sleep disruption, and the most dramatic is cannabis-induced psychosis. If you speak about the signs and symptoms of cannabis intoxication, I just want to present this slide. It's coming from the International Classification of Diseases for Cannabis Intoxication. This is a list of symptoms which are typical for cannabis intoxication. And I just want to flag one issue, that in any trial of any pharmaceutical preparation, almost every sign on this list would be considered as an adverse effect. At the same time, these are the classical, typical features and signs of cannabis intoxication. If to speak about the impact of cannabis, and again, I'm not talking, I largely concentrate on cannabis plant use, not on nabiximols, which is pharmaceutical preparation of cannabis, not on dronabinol, which is synthetic cannabinoid, which is regulated and approved by many drug regulatory authorities in many countries. I'm not talking about these pharmaceutical preparations. I'm talking about cannabis now, cannabis plant. So if to speak about the long-term use of cannabis, it downregulates CB1 receptors, again, and it's associated, this part is associated with memory and cognition. Exposure during puberty exemplifies these effects because of up to 25, 26 years, our brain continues to mature and the neural connections are still being developed. That's why any exposure to any substance which interferes with these processes might be detrimental or may be associated with higher risks. There is, I would not go into different studies, particular studies, but they are very inconsistent still, but also they are quite alarming in terms of impact of cannabis. We are talking about regular use, not about few occasions of use, but regular use. It has impact not only on the functioning, which can be picked up by looking at the metabolism of major neuromediators in the brain, but also on the structure of the brain, how the connections are functioning, how different structures in terms of their body, in terms of their healthy outlook on the new methods of neuroimaging look like. And neurocognitive effects, acute neurocognitive effects after exposure, significant exposure to cannabinoids, to cannabis, may last up to 37 days, and in some studies up to 30. If you speak about the cardiopulmonary system, it's our heart and our lungs. So any exposure increases heart rate and blood pressure. There are cases of documented orthostatic hypotension when a person can lose consciousness for a short period of time after coming rapidly up from sitting or lying position. There is an acute bronchial dilatation. By the way, tobacco does the opposite, it constricts the bronchs, and cannabis dilates the bronchs, which may be sometimes a good effect. But effects, bronchial effects documented are very different around the world based on the mode of administration. In terms of cardiovascular diseases, very limited studies exist. Recent reports suggest that cannabis smoking may increase cardiovascular risks in younger cannabis smokers. Otherwise, there is a low risk documented in the studies. Some case studies found associations between cannabis smoking and cerebral ischemic stroke. And for example, one study from France is a real study. It's based on the patients admitted to the hospital, show in many patients, significant proportion of patients admitted with stroke have a heavy smoking But again, we have this challenge of establishing a causal relationship with that. And some reports of cannabis-related myocardial infarctions, as well as, and there is biological plausibility for cannabis smoking, because there is increased carboxyhemoglobin levels in the blood, which may be associated with cardiovascular risks, and we know that in terms of biological, our knowledge, how it functions. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is one of the major non-communicable diseases, and when this is one priority now for many governments, for many countries, there was no increased risk of COPD in cannabis-only smokers. No impairments in respiratory functions were observed in available longitudinal studies. There is, however, there are some data which show that still cannabis smokers lose lung function, but not at the same rate as tobacco smokers. And reduced alveolar macrophage activity, this is a local immune barrier in our lungs. So it's affected by the cannabis smoke. If you speak about the cancers, briefly speaking, there is no clear association, even with lung cancer, even with cannabis smoking. However, there is one type of cancer when the quite significant association for such risk factors are found, and this is testicular cancer. It's a type of testicular cancer. And again, we have biological plausibility for this connection because cannabis influence through cannabinoid, basically CB2 receptors, not CB1, which is responsible for psychoactive effects of cannabis. But these receptors influence secretion of hormones which are like estrogens and androgens, which are definitely involved in the pathogenesis, in the process of development of testicular and cancers. When it comes to the lung function and to the relationship between cannabis, as I said, there is no evidence that cannabis smoking causes lung cancer. However, we need to understand what are the patients, what are the people who actually smoke cannabis. And this is a very recent study from France. And this is a trial of interventions for cannabis use. But it's done in primary healthcare offices. So it's real life patients here. And I want to attract your attention to this point, that proportion of tobacco use at the level of 50 cigarettes per week, so it's quite high, is 92% among patients and 88% among females, I think in this case. So the males and females. And this is the important consideration, because in the US, for example, situation is very different. There is people who use cannabis. Normally they don't smoke tobacco. But in Europe, at least in France, the situation is definitely different, and this needs to be taken into consideration in all the debates about cannabis. So what about the road traffic accidents, injuries, and suicides? I think here we are very straightforward because we have sufficiently strong evidence to say that cannabis use, through its effects on our functioning, of course it leads to intoxication, double the risk of motor vehicle accident, and this causal relationship has been firmly established. And our recent estimates in the World Health Organization about the number of deaths attributable to different psychoactive substances. We have 3.3 million for alcohol, for example. For drugs, it's a little bit more than 100,000. But for cannabis, before there was 0. But now we know that at least 8,000 deaths in the world per year are caused by cannabis use through road traffic fatalities. Nothing else. Because for all the rest, we don't have sufficient evidence to make these estimates. But for road traffic accidents, clearly. In terms of general injury risk, the findings are too heterogeneous to come with any specific conclusion. And also, there is no enough risk, though there are many studies which show very high increased risk but in general there is not enough evidence to say that cannabis use increases the suicide risk. This is the data from the US about the emergency room admissions, which are growing in the US related to cannabis, which is not surprisingly because these emergency room visits are not only associated with injuries or traumas, it's associated with different acute conditions. And as I said, acute cannabis intoxication in some individuals is associated with such reactions that may determine visits to emergency rooms. What about adolescent health, which is of course extremely important for any public health consideration? There are many studies. Some of them are quite high quality studies which show that regular cannabis users may have lower educational attainment than their non-using peers. What is important that heavy cannabis users accept that, so they don't really consider that as a problem, which is very much linked to the nature of cannabis dependence as a condition. Cognitive impairment is still questionable, and I think we cannot still come with a very firm conclusion about that. Reversibility of this impairment is unclear. There is still, though when controlling for plausible confounders, associations still continue to be, which shows to a causal relationship, but again, it's not yet firmly established. Though I'm talking about overall summary of different studies. For example, in this particular study, published in the Lancet Psychiatry, there is a very clear negative impact on adolescents, on young people, in terms of their use of other illicit drugs. Of course, cannabis dependence, but what is important here is school completion, educational attainment, and degree attainment. And this is a very significant figures. But I want to emphasize once again, this is one study. There are many studies with controversial results, and as a firm summary, I think we can say that it influences educational attainment because it has all reasons for that, but it's not yet very firmly established. Prenatal alcohol exposure. This is an issue which is often neglected. And at the same time, this is again an area of extremely important for public health. First of all, cannabis use is almost never in isolation in pregnancy if a pregnant woman is using cannabis. It's always associated with other psychoactive substances. We know that prenatal exposure to THC can alter regulation of some systems in the brains in utero of the fetus. And there is quite good evidence that is associated with lower birth weight in offspring of mothers smoking cannabis. And children exposed to cannabis in some studies show higher rates of neurobehavioral cognitive impairments. I just want to tell you that just 20 years ago, first publications about fetal alcohol spectrum disorder was appeared in the press. And it's still not very well established after 40 years of research in the medical community about these conditions, about cannabis, prenatal cannabis exposure, and the fact we are almost have no data. We are at the very beginning. So, and that's why it's still something that we need to pay attention, but no firm conclusions can be apart from the low birth rate we can make at this point. Prevalence of drug use of dependence, and this is the, I think Dr. Jarrell already mentioned that cannabis definitely don't have a very high propensity for dependence, but it's sufficiently high that definitely some people, significant proportion, develop a dependence, particularly if a regular cannabis use starts in early age, but they can radiate out from this dependence, and we know figures from Germany, from some other countries, that up to 90% in fact don't exhibit symptoms of dependence after 5-10 years when they met criteria in the past. But this is a full prevalence of cannabis dependence in different parts of the world, and I want to emphasize that the differences are very significant, and of course they reflect also the policies in the countries. Demand for treatment. We observed steady increase in demand for treatment for cannabis use disorders almost everywhere, including this is our Atlas survey, which shows that cannabis in fact is the second drug which comes to treatment services around the world. It's not in Europe, it's around the world. And this is the country level dailies. It's disability like years lost. It's not deaths, because it's associated with disability of cannabis dependence. And these are the regions which are above the global level. And you can see that these are affluent parts of the world, in fact, which have this kind of higher than global level of disability. And this is just illustration that for alcohol we count more than 20 health conditions. For cannabis, 5 at the moment, because we don't have simple evidence, but it might come up in future. The social economic costs, the comprehensive costs estimates don't exist in principle. Again, this is another area which needs further investigations, because the major costs, for example, for alcohol, are caused by loss of productivity. And this, we know, would be an effect of cannabis if it's widely used. So let me, because there are significant knowledge gaps. In January 2017, a report similar to in terms of comprehensiveness to our report came out in the National Academy of Sciences in the US. And the substantial evidence that we use this category is that cannabis is effective for the treatment of chronic pain in adults, and this is cannabis, chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting, oral cannabinoids, not cannabis plant, and multiple sclerosis symptoms. But it's patient-reported. If to use clinician-reported rates, it would be not substantial evidence. It would be much lower evidence of us to support this conclusion. What is important? Because we did this review last year. Important that for chronic pain in adults, for example, there was only compared with placebo. There was no any randomized control trial in comparison with currently available medications for chronic pain. This is extremely important conclusion. These randomized control trials with available medications were only done for chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting. But in this case, it was oral cannabinoids, pharmaceutical preparations, and not cannabis plant. That's why I concur with conclusion of Dr. Jarrett that in terms of good scientific evidence of effectiveness of cannabis for many medical conditions, we are on extremely soft grounds, and there is no strong evidence that we can say that this is the case, that this is an effective substance. Another consideration that I want to bring to the discussion is that no doubts, because currently everybody realizes cannabinoids are extremely potentially interesting compounds for treatment of many conditions. It should be investigated. I think, it's my personal view, that in 10-15 years we will have not only Sativex and Dronabinol, we will have tens of compounds of pharmaceutical preparations which are safe, stable, standardized, and can be administered in oral or other forms and monitored effectively with good safety profiles. The question is, what would be in this period before they will appear as on the screen? This will be made available, I think, this presentation. So I will not go into further details. And just want to say that this year, our expert committee on drug dependence will consider, the last year the committee requested the Secretariat prepare relevant documentation on cannabis plant and cannabis resin, extracts and tinctures of cannabis, THC, cannabidiol, stereoisomers of THC, to consider if pre-review to determine whether current information justifies an expert committee critical review. Expert committee is the main body that provides recommendations to the Commission on Narcotic Drugs on international level of control of psychoactive substances. What is clear that this part, and this is not in Schedule 4, it's in Schedule 1 of 61 Convention. So basically medical use is legitimate according to the international drug treaties. And this is the complementary. Thank you very much.
Zahvaljujem se. dr. Podnjaku za njegovo celovito predstavitev dela svetovne zdravstvene organizacije na tem področju, ki seveda služi državam kot pomembna oporna ali pa referenčna točka za vse naše odločitve. Hvala. Vprašanje je, kakšno vprašanje za dr. Podnjaka v tem hipu? Ja, imamo eno, dr. Podnjak, izvolite pa prosim, če se predstavite.
Dobro, v slovenščini lahko. Jaz bi prvo v bistvu pozdravil ta dogajanje. Bi pa vprašal, prejšnji predavatelj je govoril v bistvu marihuani, sedajšnji predavatelj govori v bistvu konoplji ali kanabis plento. Mene pa zanima, kje imamo mi osnovo današnjega pogovora, ali se bomo držali terminologije konvencij, ali bomo uporabljali besede, ki so splošno uporabljene. Namreč zaradi nerazumevanja, se pravi terminološke razlage, imamo tudi problem z zakonodajo. Tako da bi mogoče vprašal, kaj in kako se bomo danes pogovarjali, se pravi po terminologiji konvencij ali po, kako bomo pač rekli te stvari. Ali se pogovarjamo o konoplji ali kanabisu, čem? Glede na to, da ste zato. Hvala.
Thank you very much for this question. I think you raised a very important issue of consistent use of different terms in different platforms and different discourse. This is extremely important. And unfortunately, there is still the language, different languages being used by different organizations in different platforms, which creates a lot of confusion. I fully agree with that. There were attempts to make it more clear, but the conventions have definitions. But at the same time, also we had in WHO, we have a lexicon of terms, which was an attempt exactly to do this, to standardize the nomenclature, the language. But I think at the moment, it's inevitable, and what is important is to make it very clear in any discourse what we are talking about. I was talking about, when I was talking about cannabis, I was talking about cannabis plant and cannabis resin, largely. Nabiximol, Sativex, and dronabinol is another story. It's pharmaceutical preparations.
Hvala lepa. Morda bi po še naslednjem predavanju imeli še kakšno minuto prostora in morda bo na ta vprašanja bomo lažje odgovarjali tudi v drugem delu, ko bomo govorili o regulaciji in tam bodo te terminosti tudi jasno definirane. Je pa gotovo vprašanje, ki se ne postavlja samo nam občasno v mednarodnosti. V Sloveniji očitno ne nameravamo čakati naslednjih 40 let, da bomo ugotovili in dobili vsa dokončna potrdila o učinkih konoplje in medicinske konoplje, ampak smo tako na politični platformi kot v civilni družbi, tudi stroki, začeli s procesi, da bi vsaj te pozitivne potenciale rastline čim prej umestili v naš sistem. Zato bi zdaj prosila dr. Jožeta Hrena, sekretarja na Ministrstvu za zdravje, da nam predstavi, kaj je bilo v tem smislu že narejenega oziroma kaj načrtujemo v bližnji prihodnosti.
Vi načrtuje, ne parlament. Vi pa ne načrtuje. Jebeš parlament.
Hvala lepa za besedo. Jaz bom v svoji predstavitvi govoril pretežno o dveh vsebinskih sklopih. Najprej bom predstavil zakonodajo s področja prepovedanih drog, nato se bom pa omejil malo bolj na zakonodajo, ki ureja uporabo konoplje v medicinske namene. Ob tem pa se bom dotaknil tudi nekaterih okoliščin, ki pomembno vplivajo na razprave o medicinski konoplji pri nas. Torej, zakonodaja področja prepovedanih drog v Sloveniji je bila sprejeta že leta 1999. Danes imamo dva zakona, ki urejata to področje. Prvi zakon je o proizvodnji in prometu s prepovedanimi drogami. Ta zakon je pravna podlaga tudi za nekatere podzakonske akte. V nadaljevanju bom omenil predvsem uredbo o razvrstitvi prepovedanih drog in pa pravilnik o gojenju industrijske konoplje. Zakon o proizvodnji in prometu s prepovedanimi drogami govori tudi še o nekaterih zelo pomembnih okoliščinah pomembnih za konopljo. Namreč v 9. členu tega zakona je specifično napisano, da se konoplja lahko goji samo za prehrambene oziroma industrijske namene. Hkrati je pa tudi v 33. členu tega zakona prvič uveden pojem uporabe konoplje za osebno rabo, se pravi uporabe manjše količine konoplje za osebno rabo, kar pomeni distinkcijo med kaznivim dejanjem in prekrškom. Torej ta zakon o proizvodnji in prometu s prepovedanimi drogami je prekrškovni zakon, če ima človek pri sebi manjšo količino prepovedane droge za osebno rabo, je izrečen prekršek in kazen za ta prekršek je od 40 do 200 evrov. S tem, da ima v Sloveniji skladno s zakonom o prekrških, ki je glavni prekrškovni zakon, človek, ki mu izrečena ta kazen, če plača v 8 dneh, pravico plača samo polovico, torej 20 evrov oziroma do 100 evrov za ta prekršek. Potem drugi zakon o preprečevanju uporabe prepovedanih drog in obravnavi uživalcev prepovedanih drog pokriva tako področje preventive, zdravljenja, socialne obravnave, tudi preprečevanje oziroma področje socialne obravnave in pa delovanja nevladnih organizacij, njihovega mreženja in tudi financiranja. S tema dvema zakonoma mislim, da je Slovenija ena od redkih držav v svetu, ki ima to področje tako urejeno. Seveda so tukaj tudi drugi zakoni, predvsem kazenski zakonik, ampak o tem danes ne bi govorili. Potem imamo uredbo o razvrstitvi prepovedanih drog, o njej bom malo več govoril kasneje, zato bi prešel kar naprej na pravilnik o pogojih za pridobitev dovoljenja za gojenje konoplje in maka. Tudi ta pravilnik se v zadnjih letih nekajkrat spreminjal. Pristojno ministrstvo za ta pravilnik je Ministrstvo za kmetijstvo in z zadnjimi spremembami tega pravilnika je v Sloveniji omogočena uporaba industrijske konoplje tudi v prehrambene namene, torej za proizvodnjo živil in pijače. Za informacijo lahko povem, da je bilo v letu 2015 v Sloveniji posejanih več kot 500 hektarjev kmetijskih površin z industrijsko konopljo in tega istega leta je bilo v Evropski uniji z industrijsko konopljo posejanih dobrih 25 000 hektarjev. Vidite, da je v Sloveniji uporaba industrijske konoplje že zelo uveljavljena. Jaz se bom dotaknil nekaj statističnih oziroma epidemioloških podatkov glede uporabe drog, posebej konoplje med mladimi. Torej, uporabil bom samo podatke raziskave ISPAT, gre za raziskavo o rabi alkohola in drugih psihoaktivnih snovi med šolajočo mladino, torej med 15 in 16 letniki. Na levi strani v grafu lahko vidite, kakšno je povprečje rabi psihoaktivnih snovi v Sloveniji in pa med ostalimi vključenimi državami na to študijo. Stolpci, pobarvani z oranžno-rjavo barvo, prikazujejo podatke za Slovenijo, stolpci v modri pa povprečje držav ESPA. Vidite lahko, da je pri 5 indikatorjih delež mladih v Sloveniji, ki uporabljajo droge, višji od povprečja. Torej gre za kajenje tobaka v zadnjih 30 dneh, pitje alkohola v zadnjih 30 dneh, odpitost v zadnjih 30 dneh, uporabo konoplje kadarkoli v življenju in zelo pomembno, veliko krat prevedeno tudi uporaba inhalantov kadarkoli v življenju v Sloveniji daleč presega povprečje v drugih državah. V Sloveniji 14% 15 in 16-letnikov že upodobilo inhalante, povprečje vključnih držav, to študijo iz 7. Na desni strani lahko vidimo preglednico o tem, kako mladi zaznavajo dostopnost konoplje. Torej, ali dostopnost konoplje zaznavajo kot zelo ali dokaj lahko. Na desni strani stičite označeno vidite podatke za Slovenijo, torej mladostniki 15 in 16-letniki, kar 45% teh mladostnikov v Sloveniji ocenjuje, da je konoplja zelo ali dokaj lahko dostopna. Pred Slovenijo je Češka republika, mogoče bo kolega iz Češke republike nekoliko lahko reflektiral tudi te podatke. Vključeni v to raziskavo so tudi podatki Združenih držav, Združene države Amerike, ki ne sodelujejo v tej raziskavi, jaz pa vendar tudi so podatki zelo za informacijo. Tudi glede drugih dveh pokazateljev, glede rabe konoplje ali kašiča v zadnjih 12 mesecih in rabe konoplje v zadnjih 30 dneh, lahko vidite, da so podatki za Slovenijo nadpovprečni. Torej, raba konoplje v zadnjih 12 mesecih v Sloveniji je nekoliko več od 21% mladih, v zadnjih 30 dneh pa bo 12%, kar nas postavlja v zgornjo tretjino držav glede pogostosti uporabe konoplje v zadnjih 30 dneh. Zdaj se bom dotaknil nekaterih pomembnejših dogodkov oziroma okoliščin glede medicinske konoplje. Najprej treba povedati, da je tedanji vladni urad za droge že leta 2002 v Ljubljanskem kliničnem centru organiziral posvet na to temo. Na tem posvetu so sodelovali predstavniki iz Nizozemske, iz Velike Britanije in Portugalske. Potem je interes med stroko se nekoliko zmanjšal, se je pa začel večati interes med mediji in pa zlasti v civilni družbi. In tako tudi, kot je že državna sekretarka v uvodnem nagovoru povedala, je leta 2012 bila v zakonodajno proceduro prvič uvedena pobuda civilne družbe glede zakona o konoplji. Ta pobuda je bila vložena skladno z zakonom o referendumu in ljudski iniciativi po tem zakonu, če dobi dovolj glasov izjav podpore, torej mora biti vsaj 5000 pisanih izjav podpore, se v tem zakonu začne, v tem pravnem predlogu prične razprava. Prva pobuda ni prejela dovolj podpore, že naslednje leto, če je za praktično identično pobudo, je ta predlog prejel dovolj podpore, malo več kot 11 000 podpisov podpore, 11 051, zato je v državnem zboru stekla v tem razprava, da je bila tudi neka javna razprava organizirana, kjer so bili predstavljena različna stališča stroke in tudi civilne družbe. V okviru druge obravnave, torej v državnem zboru, pa je bilo sklenjeno, da predlog zakona o konoplji ni primeren za nadaljnjo obravnavo, to je bil sklep 7. marca leta 2014 v državnem zboru. Ena od posledic te razprave je pa tudi sprememba uredbe o razvrstitvi trgovinenih drog, ampak o tem, kot rečeno, o uredbi bomo govorili malo kasneje. Še ena pomembna posledica oziroma rezultat teh razprav pa je tudi dejstvo, da je Nacionalni inštitut za javno zdravje na svoji spletni strani objavil osnovne informacije o uporabi konoplje v medicini, ki so nekoliko obsežnejše in tudi hkrati primerne za laično javnost. Torej, ta spletna stran daje, mislim, da zelo objektivne informacije o uporabi konoplje v medicini, o tveganjih povezanih zdravo konoplje in tudi še o nekaterih drugih dejstvih. Potem pa je treba še omeniti pobudo zdravniške zbornice iz septembra lanskega leta, ki je predlagala Ministrstvo za zdravje takšno razvrstitev konoplje, da bo njena uporaba mogoča v medicini. Eden izmed rezultatov oziroma posledic tega predloga je tudi razprava v Državnem zboru v okviru odbora za zdravstvo, ki je odbor za zdravstvo tudi sprejel sklepe, da Ministrstvo za zdravje oziroma vlada spremeni zakonodajo tako, da bo uporaba konoplje v medicini mogoča, hkrati pa je sprejel sklep tudi, da vlada uredi gojenje konoplje v medicinske namene. Zdaj nakratko o uredbi o razvrstitvi prepovedanih drog. Torej leta 2014 se je z uredbo o razvrstitvi prepovedanih spremembami te uredbe o razvrstitvi prepovedanih drog tetrahidrokanabinol razvrstil v skupino 2. In na ta način je uporaba sintetičnih kanabinoidov v Sloveniji bila omogočena. 2 leti kasneje, torej leta 2016, se je ta uredba ponovno spreminjala in v drugo skupino so bili razvrščeni ekstrakti, torej naravni ekstrakti iz konoplje. S tem je njihova uporaba postala dovoljena v medicini v skladu z zakonom o zdravju. In nazadnje, v letošnjem letu, nekaj tednov nazaj, torej 24.3. je bilo v Uradnem listu objavljena nova uredba oziroma spremembe in dopolnitev uredbe o razvrstitvi prepovedanih drog, s katerimi je bila celotna rastlina konoplja, torej govorimo o ekstrakt, rastlini smoli, je bila predstavljena v skupino 2, kar pomeni, da je uporaba konoplje v medicinske namene dovoljena v zdravilih v skladu z zakonom o zdravilih in pa zakonom o lekarniški dejavnosti, ter v skladu s smernicami medicinske stroke, ki urejajo njihovo predpisovanje. In če zaključim, v medicini se v Sloveniji uveljavlja uporaba sintetnih zdravil na osnovi tetrahidrokanabinola in kanabidiola. V zadnjih 2-3 letih je bilo predpisanih že več 100 receptov, torej se uporaba teh snovi v Sloveniji v medicinski stroki uveljavlja. Po drugi strani je od lanskega leta dovoljena tudi uporaba naravnih ekstraktov na osnovi kanabinoidov, vendar skladno s področno zakonodajo, torej zakonom o proizvodnji in prometu s prepovedanimi drogami, zakonom o zdravilih in zakonom o lekarniški dejavnosti, do zdaj še ni bilo izdanega nobenega dovoljenja za uvoz teh preparatov. Z zadnjimi spremembami uredbe pa je omogočena tudi uporaba konoplje, torej ekstraktov same rastline in pa smole v medicini. In sedaj medicinska stroka, gre za različne stroke od onkologije, neurologije, pediatrije, paliative, pripravlja smernice za predpisovanje tovrstnih preparatov, kot vem, so nekatere stroke te smernice že pripravili. Hkrati pa tudi Javna agencija za zdravila in medicinske pripomočke pripravlja monografijo za medicinsko konopljo, ki bo del slovenskega nacionalnega dodatka k evropski farmakopeji. Poudarjam pa na koncu, da gojenje konoplje v medicinske namene ni dovoljeno. Da bo to omogočeno, je potrebno spremeniti zakon o proizvodnji in prometu s prepovedanimi drogami in sicer skladno s 23. členom enotne konvencije o mamilih. Ta 23. člen enotne konvencije o mamilih pa govori, da morajo države, ki omogočijo gojenje konoplje za medicinske namene, upoštevati vsa določila, ki veljajo za uporabo opiskega maha v medicini, torej morajo upoštevati 5 pogojev. Prvič, da ustanovijo enega ali več državnih organov za nadzor nad tem področjem, drugič, da določijo parcele, kjer se konoplja lahko goji, da izdajo dovoljenje za gojenje konoplje, četrtič, da odkupijo tako pridelan pridelek od povlaščenih gojiteljev in nazadnje, da skrbijo za trgovino, promet, uvoz, izvoz in hrambo tako pridelane konoplje. Hvala lepa.
Hvala, dr. Frenu. S tem predavanjem smo nekako zaokrožili prvi del. Torej, dobili smo zelo dober uvid v to kompleksnost problematike, spoznali smo tudi slovensko ureditev in predvsem v zaključku je dr. Fren zelo dobro nakazal predmet razprave oziroma tematik, ki jih bomo spremljali v drugem delu posveta. Prav v drugem delu posveta bo govora o regulaciji, o praksah držav, ki so skladno z konvencijami to že naredile in prav to je bil eden od pomembnih ciljev današnjega posveta. Verjetno služimo še za kavo. Ali je kakšno vprašanje za dr. Hrena oziroma za tematiko?
Bomo pol.
Dobar dan, David Kažek, farmacevt. Jaz bi v bistvu imel samo en kratek komentar na dosedaj povedano. In sicer v Sloveniji smo trenutno v eni zelo paradoksalni situaciji, in sicer uredba je dovolila nekako uporabo v medicinski namene, hkrati pa nimamo nobene ureditve, kar se tega tiče. In mislim, da tukaj predvsem ministrstvo in jaz na prsto na potrezi, da čim prej uredijo zadeve oziroma določijo na kakšen način, kakšne količine se lahko predpisujejo. Hkrati, dokler ni to urejeno, ravno pripravljamo za to situacijo, ki spodbuja ravno te informacije, ki prihajajo iz medijev določenih interesnih skupin, ki so napačne in spodbujajo samo zdravljenje s konopljo, ki vemo, da to pa ni zaželjeno. In hkrati tudi to spodbuja uporabo med mladimi, kar nas vse precej skrbi. Kot zanimivost, recimo države, ki imajo to urejeno, nimajo tega problema. Morda še samo na tam komentar glede konvencije. V bistvu konvencija v 23. členu zelo jasno definira v zadnjem stavku, ki ga kar prebral. In sicer piše, da, kar se tiče te prodaje, skladiščenja in trgovine, parties need not extend this exclusive right to medicinal opium and opium preparation. To pomeni, da agencija za medicinsko uporabo ni zahtevana po sami konvenciji. Zelo eksplicitno.
Hvala za ta komentar. Verjetno bo vsaj ta zadnja izkušnja koristila za naslednji del. Morda samo informacijo glede vašega prvega dela komentarja, kot je dr. Hren v svoji predstavitvi tudi prikazal, so razširjeni strokovni kolegi, ki so v Sloveniji zadolženi za pripravo strokovnih smernic in priporočil bili zaprošeni za izdelavo smernica predpisovanja teh zdravil. In po naših informacijah so vsaj nekateri svoje delo že opravili ali pa so resno pri tem delu in ko bodo te smernice pripravljene in tudi ustrezno potrjene, bodo seveda tudi na voljo zdravništvu v Sloveniji. Ministrstvo pri tem nima neposredne vloge, seveda bo delo stroke in strokovnjakov na posameznih specialističnih področjih. Še eno roko imamo, tam raje.
Moje ime je Aleš Kražnikar, vodim službo za neurorehabilitacijo in program zdravljenja neuropatske bolečine.
Kako malo bliže?
In bi rad samo komentar na tole vprašanje, da v Sloveniji je klinična realnost naslednja. Kanabinoide uporabljamo v Sloveniji več kot 20 let. Bolniki, ki so to po našem mnenju potrebovali, so lahko kanabinoide tudi dobili. Kaj se tiče pa smeti, pri tem smo lahko uvažali zdravila ali pripravke iz tujine brez, da bi nam katerakoli ustanova ali telo to preprečila ali omejevala plačevanje. Tako da do zadnjega javnega viharja izpred nekaj let so bolniki ta zdravila oziroma preparate dobivali za stopnjo. In drugo, kar se tiče smernic, res je, da lahko pripravimo slovenske smernice, ampak bi hkrati poudaril, da imamo že leta smernice tudi evropskih in svetovnih združenj. Naprimer za konkretno neuropatsko bolečino, evropske smernice, ki jih sedaj pripravlja Evropska akademija za neurologijo, mimogrede jaz sem član znanstvenega odbora za to, in smernice Svetovnega združenja za študij bolečine IASP. In še mimogrede, v zadnjih smernicah, glede na dokaze, za katere menimo v Evropski akademiji za neurologijo in v IASP-ju, v posebni skupini za neuropatsko bolečino, da je dokazov zadosti, da vsaj za neuropatsko bolečino, ki je večinoma kronična, blago ali zmerno odsvetujemo rabo zaradi slabe učinkovitosti.
Hvala lepa. Če ni ostalih vprašanj, bi vas povabila na odmor za kavo in vas prosila, ker smo malo časom, da se beremo nazaj v dvorani na
V tem delu se bomo bolj posvetili dejanski regulaciji medicinske konoplje, najprej na ravni EU, en pregled in seveda potem tudi po državah. Prosim, gospoda Brandon, ampak priimka pa res ne znam razgovati. Hughes, was it right? Sem trenirala nekaj prej, ko mi nikoli čist rata, Hughes. Da nam pride povedati nekaj o tem, kako v bistvu se v Evropskem centru za droge ukvarjajo zakonodajo. Gospod Kram dela že vrsto let, od leta 2001, in je seveda odgovoren tudi za Evropsko bazo podatkov o regulativi na tem področju po evropskih državah, tako da ima izjemen pregled na tem, kako so stvari urejene v posameznih državah. Brandon, please come here and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I work for the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Addiction, which is not a regulatory medicines agency that deals much more with the side effects of substances. I'm the legal analyst. Normally I will tell you all about prison sentences for cannabis use, prison sentences for drugs and driving, drug trafficking, etc. If you'd like to see about that, then the latest report, which we published just a month ago, and it summarises pretty much all European legislation on cannabis as an illicit drug. It's in your folder. So, to save time, I won't be talking about any of that today. Here we're talking about cannabis as a medicine, as I understand it. And as I mentioned, I'm the legal analyst, and whenever I pick up a law and read it, because I am really that boring, it starts with a definition. So I'll start with the definition. And we've had this discussion, but to be honest, I find it one of the most important points in the entire discussion. Because what we're talking about depends on the decisions that we'll come to. And it also affects the public discussion, which, as we've heard, is extremely powerful in the lawmaking sphere. So just what is cannabis? And I think it was said earlier on, I've forgotten the precise expression, but it seems to be quite an amazing plant. And this is rather the issue, because we know of this as cannabis. How many of you know this as cannabis? This is Sativex. Its scientific name is nabiximols. It's a medicine approved by the European Medicines Agency. We'll discuss it earlier, but in many places this is cannabis. If you look through Google and things, you'll find that cannabis was legalized in France in 2012, which is news to me. as illegal anyway. And that's because they're talking about Sativex being approved as a medicine. This is cannabis. I don't think you'll see many people smoking it. And if you do, I suggest you report them for help. But this is cannabis. And the European Union subsidises, as you've heard, the growth of hemp fibre. The European Union subsidises growing cannabis. That's cannabis. Cannabidiol oil. As you've heard, you won't get high on it. I don't hear reports of people abusing this. I don't hear reports of this being sold on street corners. But this is cannabis. I'm not sure if you've heard, but in Switzerland a few months ago, there's now, I think it's a new law which says that cannabis under 1% THC, Vladimir's in Switzerland, I'm not sure if he's heard this, is 0.1 is now legal, which means that people are starting to sell cannabis flower, which is low THC but high CBD. And apparently law enforcement are now really struggling with this, because how do they tell the difference? Aside from a GCMS scan. Those two are cannabis, so you have shatter, which is extract of cannabis resin. It can end up at 70% THC. You can heat it on a titanium pin and inhale the fuse. Then in the centre we have what most of us from the addiction sphere know of as cannabis. We have a joint, a cigarette. But even this, Mile High Mint. That's mint milk chocolate, cannabis infused. That's being sold in a shop in Denver. I took that photo. That smells fantastic. How on earth anybody can market bars of chocolate with 10 milligrams of THC per square, remembering that cannabis gives you the munchies, and remembering also that edible THC takes up to 2 hours to take in effect. So you open this bar of chocolate, which smells just like any other mint chocolate, you break off one piece, eat it, start to feel really hungry, but you're not allowed to touch anything more for 2 hours. Not everybody has a great idea for responsible consumption, but you know, that's the free market system across the Atlantic. So all of these can be cannabis, but I think when we're talking abuse, when we're talking effects on the brain, we're only talking about some of them. So I wonder, is cannabis really the right word that we should be using? I tried to plot this on a diagram, and so I would consider that cannabis could differ by, let's say, three things, if you accept my simple analysis. The intended use, the physical format, and the predominant chemical. So with the intended use, you could start off with industrial cannabis. It might be the rope, it might be the seeds, it might be oil, non-psychoactive oil. Medical use of cannabis, and then eventually recreational. With the physical format, we have cannabis seeds, which are not controlled under international law, but they are controlled under a few countries' laws. The fibre from the plant, the flower, From the flower you extract the resin, from the resin you extract the oil. And the predominant chemicals, so you can have some cannabis with no particularly psychoactive chemical in it at all. You can have the cannabidiol, which we've heard of, which does have apparently medical effects, but not psychoactive effects, and then we have the THC. So on each of these axes you can see the greater potential for abuse. But you can plot different kinds of cannabis on this graph and it will all be cannabis. But is this really what you're talking about when you're having all of the discussions? And I think that's something that we really, really have to bear in mind. Here is a very, very approximate timeline just comparing the United States with the European Union. So I would have said one of the early legislations was the Food and Drug Administration's approval of Marinol, which is a synthetic THC, antiemetic, 1985. Nothing then for about 10 years until California legalized the concept of medical cannabis by state vote in 1996. The state votes continued. This is one way they have of passing laws in the US, by popular referendum, usually done at the time of presidential elections, but not only. Started with California, then moved to Alaska, Washington State, Oregon. That then went on down, all the way down to present day. I'm not sure if this is too low for you. They currently have 28 states and the District of Columbia with some kind of medical cannabis legislation, either passed by popular vote or passed by the legislature. The first legislature was Hawaii in 2004, but after that they continued. And they also have an extra load of laws for cannabidiol. So even where the state hasn't approved THC as a component of medicine, nevertheless they've approved CBD as a component of medicine. I think there's another 19 states on top of the 28. Meanwhile, the European Union, the first one that I'm aware of is the Netherlands, where they approved this cannabis medicine, Bedrocan, etc. I think we'll hear a lot more about that later. Nothing for about 10 years until Sativex received approval from the UK's medical authority, and the European Medicines Agency then allowed that through both individual and mutual recognition procedures. So if a medicine is approved in one state, then the approval systems for other countries are less onerous. They can say it's already been approved in one. The last data I had was December 2014, where it was commercialised in 10 European Union member states, and there were, I think, marketing authorisations in another 8. Forgive me, I'm not a medicines expert. I think the idea is that somewhere the basic approval has been given, but the details have not been worked out with the pricing systems for national medical authorities and insurance authorities. Czech Republic in 2013, we'll hear more about that. 2015 we have Italy and Croatia passing laws on medical cannabis, and now in 2017, a month or two ago, Germany. Just to go back and to bear in mind how and why these changes might be taking place. So some legal differences between America and the European Union. This particular example is Colorado. It could have been California a few years previously. They had what they call the caregiver medical cannabis system. So this is not provided through pharmacies, but this means that one person has the license to grow a certain number of plants for a certain number of patients. And then that person is the designated caregiver. So many American states had this system up until about 2009. So it was very much a home-grown operation, medical cannabis. Whereas in 2009, partly sparked by the federal memo, because until then we've had big arguments between the federal authorities who would not recognise medical cannabis at all, and the state, or the different states who would, and you would have federal enforcement raiding state licensed dispensaries. 2009 there was a memo which says we really don't think this is the best use of federal funds, and so we would only support the use of the federal authorities against certain state growers in certain situations. Be aware also that the US discussion of medicines is very different from the EU discussion of medicines, because in the United States they're one of the very few countries in the world which has direct-to-consumer advertising of prescription medicines. So the patients are used to a very, very detailed discussion with their doctors. And in fact, to be honest, they're rather bombarded with television adverts which says, my back hurt so much, I was in agonizing pain until I took this medicine. Ask your doctor for this medicine today. And so once again, we have this discussion about who is it who's really in control of the authorization of new medicine. Is it left to the specialists? Because there, no, the pressure comes directly from the public. They're used to having discussions about strong medicines. They're used to being part of the bargaining procedure, the legislative procedure. Whether or not they are correctly and dispassionately informed, I'll let you guess who does a lot of that information. Now, one of the other distinctions that we have between the US and the EU is this concept that they have commercial freedom of speech. Now, I think many of us know of the very American concept of freedom of speech, and that's fine. But the courts have developed this in the last 20 years to end up with a concept of commercial freedom of speech, which is if you have a commercial interest, then you are allowed to talk about that interest and promote that interest, and the state has a very, very high burden of proof to limit you talking about that. So they tried to control advertising of alcoholic drinks along freeways and highways, and this was struck down because this was infringing on the alcohol company's right to commercial freedom of speech, because the state could not sufficiently prove that its limit of the freedom of speech would be directly and conclusively useful to the public health. There is a very high level of proof, and this also affects the discourse about medicines. Finally, as we've mentioned already, the US system of ballot initiatives versus parliamentary debate or technical debate. Ballot initiatives are possible in 24 US states, and the first 7 or 8 laws on medical cannabis were indeed passed by ballot initiatives. Now, I come from the UK and I work for the European Union. You can guess my views on public referenda. What we've also seen is that most of these initiatives, most of the laws, support use of this medical cannabis for chronic pain, to relieve the symptoms of chronic pain. Now, the point about chronic pain, as I understand it, but you are more medically qualified than I am, is that it's often unprovable. The patient goes in, reports that their back hurts, and that's it. It's their word against somebody else's. And as we've heard already, usually done by doctor's recommendation. For those of you who think that medical cannabis was an issue for AIDS patients and cancer patients, here is the reported conditions for Colorado marijuana ID cards, medical marijuana patients. And you can see those cancer patients, the HIV/AIDS patients, the glaucoma patients are really not the majority of people who make up the medical cannabis patients in Colorado. The concern about how much this could be used or abused, here's a graph from one of the Colorado reports on last 30-day use. You can see it crawling upwards there, but nevertheless there are error bars to be taken into consideration. And I think what's interesting here is the difference in the laws. So you can see where the home grow was. You can see where the law changed to permit what they call commercial medical cannabis. Now this is shop fronts arising. So no longer is this a case where you have to know somebody who's growing, but this is now you walk down the street and they're in your face at the shops. And then finally, what they call retail, what I would call recreational. There are arguments about the label. I will stick with recreational. A lot of the Americans are trying to use the word adult use, which, as one person at a cannabis conference whispered to me, if there's any way that you want to attract teenagers to something, call it adult. But there you can see, by the way, the law in Colorado was actually passed at the end of 2012, so you can draw your own conclusions there. There are discussions about the chicken and egg here, which is that I wouldn't want to claim there is a policy lever that you legalise and immediately people start using. I think you also have to consider that those voters voted for the legislature and voted for the law. So there is really a question of causation in these issues, and I think that shouldn't be forgotten. As one colleague from Colorado said, you can compare us to neighbouring states. One of the neighbouring states is Utah. It's primarily Mormon. He says you can legalise cannabis as much as you want. They're not going to smoke cannabis there. So there is an issue in cultural beliefs, etc. Calls to poison centres. Colorado are monitoring these as well. Here again, this is along a wider range. So here, even medical cannabis was illegal. After that, medical marijuana legalized. Medical marijuana commercialized, and then finally retail. So you can see it going up, but you can also see here that under the medical marijuana system, the caregiver system, there was frankly relatively stable use and not a huge difference between before legalization. But when the shops, dispensaries, whatever you want to call them, when they open up, then you can start to see it taking off. retail marijuana is here. And there, I think it's probably known that Colorado had some real teething problems. They had some things that they really did not expect, primarily use of edible products. But the latest figures are starting to show a bit of a fall there. And so they should with some of the products that were on sale. How much is medical cannabis comparable? I put these two states here, so they started 15, 20 years ago. They have different populations. The number of registered users is very interesting. California is estimated. Not all states have compulsory registration for users. But here what you see is this incredible jump from 11,000 registered users before the October 2009 commercial legalization, jumping to 100,000 12 months later. A tenfold increase within a year when the federal government say that they're no longer going to interfere in medical marijuana dispensaries. And here you can see quite interesting, the ratio of users to population is very, very similar. Now that becomes interesting when you compare it with the Dutch, who also introduced medical marijuana about 2003, I think it actually became active. 17 million population, 1,200 registered users. We can discuss whether that's 1,200 or 5,000. I had that discussion between the government and Bedrocan representatives. But look at the ratio. 1 to 14,000 instead of 1 to 49 or 1 to 50. Now here, you may wish to consider that, of course, the Dutch have coffee shops. They have about 600 sales outlets, which is probably not so different to Colorado, but nevertheless, completely different system, completely different spread. I wanted to make the point that medicines laws vary across the EU. The EU seems to have a reputation for harmonising anything that moves or anything that doesn't move. But that's really not the case at all. And this is one of my favourite medicines, both in terms of personally, I find it extremely useful, and our office doctor says it's one of the best there is, but also as an example of how things vary around the EU. This is a cough medicine. The active ingredient is dextromethorphan. And in Portugal you will see this advertised on bus stops, whether it's this brand or another brand. And I go into a pharmacy and I buy a bottle and I come home and I drink it to stop me coughing at night. I don't know, 6 times a year. So that's fine. In Slovakia and in several other countries, this is prescription only. You can't buy it over the counter, you need a doctor's prescription. And in at least Denmark and Estonia, if I remember correctly, you cannot take this medicine into the country. This is not permitted. So this is the wonderful harmonised European Union. And the reason is because of different reactions to this medicine, different public health reactions in the different countries. And this has a website dedicated to it, DXM. Basically what happens is 14-year-olds buy a bottle of this medicine and drink the whole lot in one hit. And then you have abuse. So when we're discussing medical cannabis legislation, which is really in its infancy, you're going to see differences. I've got here the laws. We've seen the dates already. Some of the coordinating bodies, as I understand. I don't have all of them.
these are the laws which I actually have. There's recent announcements as well, some of which I will go into from different member states. The indications and the applications for medical cannabis I've listed here. Multiple sclerosis, spasticity, cancer, pain, Tourette's, Parkinson's disease, epilepsy, you can see here. Here I think it started to get interesting because the Italians clearly stated that these had to be supporting standard treatments. So there is already this reference to other medicines. In Germany we had there's a much broader definition, which is the doctor is allowed to look at any life-threatening illness or affecting quality of life permanently. So we start off with quite detailed lists, and then gradually they're expanding over time across the different countries. Some countries don't have these detailed lists, so I can't give you all of them. Perhaps they're in lower level regulations. The route of administration, I think it's been clearly spelled out, not smoking. You don't smoke plant material as medicine. So then the question is what? Vaporizing. Most of them are vaporizing, but I was curious to see that in Croatia they're not allowing vaporizing. Most of the others are infusion. That will be a cannabis tea of some sort. And the Sativex we already know about, you spray it under the tongue. Who can prescribe? Depends. Different countries. The Dutch, I have any doctor for the Dutch. Czech Republic, specially qualified doctors. In Croatia it can be GPs, but it has to be following a specialist recommendation. So that's a bit limited and broad as well. Interesting to see the limits per month, where those countries spell them out. Czech Republic started with 30 grams, but that was extended to 180. Croatia, we have 7.5. Germany, I got 100 grams a month. And finally, just to let you know about Denmark, this is the proposal for their pilot program from 2018. They haven't passed the legislation on this yet, but they've announced this. So several different indications I've listed there, and who can prescribe them. So neurologists for certain neuromuscular pains, chronic pain can be any doctor, and when it's nausea after chemotherapy, that's where you have a hematologist or a rheumatologist. And there again, you see this caveat which says you can prescribe it where other treatments have failed. So that's just a brief presentation of some of the laws in the US and some of the laws around Europe. It's very early days, but I hope it gives you a picture. Thank you.
Hvala gospodu Brendanu Hughesu za to predstavitev praks v okviru EU-ja in tudi širše moram reči. Predlagam, ker smo s časom malo na tesnem, da kar poslušamo naslednjega govorca. Verjetno je to zelo zanimivo, ki nam bo predstavljal, kako so regulirali medicinsko konopljo na njihovi. Samo da najavim naslednjega predavatelja, in sicer je to gospod Marko von der Walden, ki vodi urad za medicinsko konopljo pri Ministrstvu za zdravje na Nizozemskem.
morning. First of all, I want to thank the organization for inviting me to this occasion. And I'd like to tell you something about the Dutch medicinal cannabis program, which started in the early years of this century. I'm at the Office of Medicinal Cannabis in the Netherlands, which is part of the Ministry of Health. During my presentation, I'd like to give you an overview of the policy and the legislation in the responsibilities of the office, the production and the distribution, how we organize it, and quality control, which we have organized in the Netherlands. And the reimbursement, because that's really a point in the Netherlands at this moment. And I will also give you more insight in the product development. As you all know, and it's already been mentioned, we have the coffee shops in the Netherlands already from the 1970s, and the cannabis which is available in the coffee shop is illegal, but it is tolerated. And from 2003 on, there is medicinal cannabis available in the pharmacy, and that's legal. You can ask yourself, why was medicinal cannabis made available in the Netherlands? Well, the main reason was that patients and patient organizations, but also members of parliament, asked the minister to make it available. Because at that moment, the patients had to go to a coffee shop. They had to go to an illegal site to take illegal cannabis, which has no quality control whatsoever. And there was no medical counseling of the patients, because a lot of physicians even didn't know that these patients were also using cannabis beside their regular medication. And if you look at the quality of the cannabis which is available in the coffee shops, this is from 2005, but it's comparable with that one of 2013. There were taken a lot of samples from different coffee shops, and we examined the presence of microorganisms in the cannabis. And as you can see, all the samples from A to K contain bacteria or fungi or both. This compared with the two varieties which are available in the pharmacy, that's the nothing. So, if patients go to a coffee shop for their cannabis, they have cannabis which is contaminated. It's contaminated not only with microorganisms but also with pesticides. More than 50% of the samples were contaminated with pesticides, and it also had metals chemicals in there. So, because of the increased pressure, the Ministry of Health, decided to establish an agency as a regulator for medicinal cannabis in conformity with the Single Convention, and it was founded in 2000 and empowered as an agency in 2001. And in that period, we had to change our legislation. First, of course, the Opium Act, which is acting in the Netherlands, which we say, okay, it's only the minister, only the Office of Medicinal Cannabis, which is authorized to bring cannabis into the country or outside the country, and to sell and deliver it, and to have it available. Of course, there are some organizations which may have a license to filtrate or to comport or to distribute cannabis, but they have to have a license which is given by the Office of Medicinal Cannabis. We also had to change a royal decree because cannabis was not prescribable at that moment. So by changing the decree, it became prescribable and dispensable by the pharmacies, and it's not different from other controlled substances. so you compare it. The main responsibilities of the office are to ensure the constant quality of the cannabis which is available, which is produced, and which is available in the pharmacy. To establish an effective procedure for distribution and to prevent the leakage to the criminal circuit. And a fourth one, which is very important, to ensure the availability of the medicinal cannabis. So that the patient who gets prescribed, for instance, the variety Vapotran, can have that variety also a month ago with the same amount of THC in it. How did we organize it within the ministry? First of all, the Office of Medicinal Cannabis is part of the pharmaceutical affairs part policy of the ministry, and not of the addiction care part. And there are two reasons for that. First, the patients who are using cannabis as a medicine should not be stigmatized as a drug abuser. And secondly, cannabis which is available in the pharmacy must meet pharmaceutical requirements as far as possible. How did we organize that? The production and the distribution to the pharmacy. First of all, the office has contracted different parties, so all third parties, the grower, an analytic laboratory to do the analysis of the cannabis which becomes available. We have a packager and a distributor, or a logistic service provider, which is also responsible for the invoicing of the pharmacy. So the office itself will not directly responsible for this whole chain. The contracted first parties are, of course, the grower, the cultivator, Vapotran dosage. We started in 2001 with the contracting procedure. At that moment, this was not an EU sending procedure. And we contracted then 2 growers, of which one was not able to meet the pharmaceutical requirements we had. For instance, we grow in a warehouse where the windows were open, so a lot of insects come in. So that if you grow the cannabis in that way, it will not be standardized at all. That's not possible. The quality control is done by a Dutch laboratory proxy who has a lot of experience with the analysis of regular pharmaceutical products. So they know what to do if they have to analyze the cannabis. The packaging and distribution is done by the Dutch company Vagron, and they also have a lot of experience with the packaging of pharmaceutical products. And the cannabis which become available at the end is, of course, for the pharmacy, but also for research and for product development. If you go into more detail concerning the growers and the requirements for the growers, first of all, they need a license to grow cannabis, which is supervised by the health inspector and permitted by the Office of Medicinal Cannabis, and they need a contract to supply the cannabis. And that's a contract with the OMC, with the minister, and supervised by the OMC. And if you look at the criteria for the contracting of the grower, we also always start with a screening procedure, whether they have, for instance, a criminal background or not. And we have to look whether they are able to grow the cannabis conformity with the directive for cultivation of medicinal cannabis which we made. And of course, it's important to know whether the standardized product can be made available every time again when we order the cannabis as an office at the grower. The facilities must be secured. That's also comparable with other companies who are dealing with controlled substances. They must be financially healthy.
because if we contract the grower in 2003 and he is not financially healthy and will go down in 2004, we have a problem as an office because we cannot ensure that the cannabis is available in the pharmacy. Besides GAP rules, they also need to have GMP rules. There has to be GMP certified, and the grower which we have now in the Netherlands has never come is GMP certified. It's very, very difficult to become that. It takes more than 10 years for them to get at that high level. If you look at the laboratory analysis which is done, it's done in conformity with the monograph which is available in the Netherlands. And at this moment there is a discussion in the EU for making a monography by the European Pharmacopoeia. And I know that the German authorities has made a concept, and we are now discussing this within the working party, but also with the German authorities themselves. All the tests which are done are validated, and every batch is tested. So a batch at this moment is between 15 and 25 kilos, and every batch, as I say, is tested. And it must be approved by OMC before it becomes available in the pharmacy. And for the pharmacists and other, also for just patients, there is a certificate of analysis available, which shows, for instance, the concentration of THC, concentration of CBD, whether it's contaminated with, for instance, aflatoxins, whether it's contaminated with pesticides or heavy metals. And we also have, of course, a microbiological examination report available, which shows that the cannabis is free of any contamination. Well, it must be said that we always have to irradiate the cannabis. Because of course you cannot grow cannabis without microbiological contamination. That's not possible. So you have to irradiate it before it becomes available in the pharmacy. And the way it's irradiated is not different from irradiation of other vegetables. The packaging and the distribution is also done by an external partner, and they are experienced with other pharmaceutical products, the packaging of them, the labeling. They have a lot of certification, for instance the GMP and GDP certification, but they also are audited by the FDA, and recently they were approved by them. The logistics service provider is important for the record-keeping procedure, because we have to know which patient used which batch of cannabis. For instance, if there comes in a serious adverse event by a certain patient, we have to ask the logistics service provider to get all the cannabis back which is go from that batch to other patients and to which pharmacy. The cannabis is packaged in a clean room. Also, it's really comparable with other pharmaceuticals. This is a picture of the cannabis plant with a certain code on it, and that code says something where it's standing in the cultivation chamber, and also the date of date it will be harvested. Yes. So already in the cultivation chamber, the plants are coded, and it goes till the moment it comes in the pharmacy. The cultivation chambers are closed
when the plants are set in the chamber and they were closed all the time. Nobody's coming in during their whole growing period. It's all automated. And that's very important because then you also have no contamination like getting in and out again and again. So at the end, we as an medicinal cannabis are sure that the medicinal cannabis which is available in the pharmacy complies with pharmaceutical quality guidelines. It's standardized with constant content of the main therapeutic effective components like THC and CBD. It's within the ranges of regulatory authorities and it's very low concentration of the degradation compound like CBN and it's free of contamination. At this moment we have 5 different varieties available in the pharmacy. And we started in 2003 with only 2. There are Bedrocan and Bedrovinol. And those 2 were of the certified station. Bedrocan with a high THC and low CBD and Bedrovinol with 13.5. And in 2006, 2007, patients asked the OMC to introduce another variety from another species. It was Tveganja with 14% of THC. It's an indica variety, and that one was granulated. And the reason why we granulated this variety was that patients which suffer from multiple sclerosis are very difficult for them to dosage the cannabis which they like to use because it's very sticky. And if you granulate your cannabis, it's easier to dosage. And after that also the Bediol was introduced, which is comparable with side effects in the between THC and CBD concentration, 40-60%, and Bediol Light, which is also granulated, but which has a high CBD concentration and low THC. Now, this picture gives you an overview of the standardization as far as possible. That there are different batches. There are 14 batches for the different varieties. This one is the Bedrocan, this one is the Vedica and the Bedrovinol. And it just shows you that we have a standardized product within a certain range. These are the dried flowers of the variety Bedrocan. And the office of medicinal cannabis is go to the grower, to the cultivator, to take it in, to look whether it's visually, to look whether it's, well, in conformity with the identity which we expect. For instance, are there no seeds in it, or is it too brown, or is it are there insects in it or something like that. So already at that moment we look whether it's in conformity with the quality standards we ask. This is a picture of the granulated Bediol variety. And this is the way that cannabis is available in the pharmacy. It's only available on prescription. And every variety has its own color. The Bediol is yellow, and the orange one is Bedrocan, the Bedrocan is the red one, and so we also have a green one and a purple one. It's a can of 5 grams, but we also have 250 grams packages available. But that's just for pharmacies who want to make, for instance, 1 or 2 grams packages for patients who cannot dosage the cannabis very well. The cannabis which is available is not a registered pharmaceutical product, it's raw material. and but it is standardized as far as possible and in conformity with the Opium Act, but it's not a registered pharmaceutical product. And in the Netherlands, it's only available in the pharmacy on prescription. So patients need to go to the physician to get a prescription for cannabis. And we, as an office, say, well, there is some evidence that medicinal cannabis may have a therapeutic effect at these indications. I know there's a lot of discussion about this, but we give this information in leaflets to physicians and to the pharmacy. So to say, well, you can use it, you can prescribe it for these indications. I will come to that later. And the physicians in the Netherlands are free to prescribe. However, they only prescribe cannabis if the treatment in conformity with guidelines and protocols does not work statistically or gives too many side effects, or if it is really a third line therapy. First, look at the regular registered pharmaceutical products, and if that's not working or it's too many side effects, then prescribe cannabis. And that's the reason why we only have at this moment, around 22,000 to 2,200 patients who are on the medicinal cannabis in the Netherlands. Around that. Well, we have leaflet for the physicians and the pharmacists, but also for patients. And we give a lot of presentations for patients organizations to give them more knowledge about the use of cannabis and the way of administration. And they ask us to do this. We do not do it actively. They ask us to give them more information. So we have a direct contact with them. That's very important because then we can listen to them what they need, what they like to have. These are leaflets. And this is the results of a short questionnaire given to patients already 4 years ago. It gives you an overview of the varieties which were then available, and to see that the main variety was used was the Bebecan with high THC, and it was used mainly for, well, the indication we already heard this morning. It's MS, chronic pain, and it is mainly for the decrease of the spasticity with 50%, and pain relief. And that's also a neuropathic pain. That's for 82% of the patients were using the cannabis for that indication. But how do they use it? Well, that's very difficult. Of course, we say to the patient that it's not appropriate to smoke the cannabis, but still, at this moment, a lot of patients still smoking the cannabis. We prefer to vaporize it or to make tea, but if you make tea of it, the THC acid, which is in the cannabis, normally in cannabis, must be converted to THC, and it's done by a high temperature. And the temperature of tea is only 100 degrees Celsius, and that's not high enough. So only a part of the THC acid is converted into THC, or decarboxylized to THC. So you better can use a vaporizer to use the cannabis. In 2011-2012, the University of Leiden did some research on the patients who were using cannabis in the Netherlands between 2003 and 2010. And this the study population examined were 5,000 patients over the whole period. And the average duration of the use of cannabis was 250 days, with an average number of dispensations. There's only 6 dispensations, and the average daily usage, only average daily dose, was 700 milligrams. So this was really, I didn't expect this, but it's rather low. And the reason for that is that the patient really wants to become to become addicted, but also become high. So if you use only 700 milligrams, yeah, you will not become high. It's mainly above 1 gram or higher. We even know that several patients were using just 200 or 400 milligrams. It's depending on the indication where they're using it for. Well, in the main age group who were using the cannabis was, of course, between 20 and 80. Only a few number of patients were under 20. Well, in the Netherlands we have no cannabis oil available till 2 years ago, and a pharmacy started with the mixture preparation of cannabis oil with the cannabis from the OMC as ground material, base material, and it's prepared in now 2 pharmacies, and it is under GMP condition. So it's again, quality is the highest thing to arrive. So really at GMP level it must be prepared. And it's again a standardized production process. It's not a product from the OMC, but just from the pharmacy itself. It started in 2014 with the preparation of cannabis oil from the Better Light variety, and the Better Light variety is varieties with high CBD, and it's mainly used by patients with epileptic disease. And this gives you preliminary data from the effect of Better Light oil on epileptic attacks. And if you here show, it gives you the milligrams per kilogram body weight, and this the reduction of the number of epileptic attacks. You see the different patients show a decrease of the number of epileptic attacks. These are just preliminary data, but it gives you just a view of what the effect of Better Light, high CBD, and maybe in patients. We also export medicinal cannabis to other countries. Therefore, we need an import license from the authorities of the country to import cannabis. After obtaining that import license, we make a contract with the, for instance, the pharmacy of the company that is importing the cannabis, and we apply for an export license. And for medical treatment, we now export oil to a lot of countries, and it's growing every year again. We started with Finland and Germany and Italy. After that, we come Canada, Poland, Czech Republic, Norway last month, and Macedonia also last year. So the number of countries who are importing cannabis is growing. And they're also importing cannabis for research or product development, and that's also growing. But the Ministry of Health do not want to be the medicinal cannabis exporter of the world, so there is an image problem. And therefore, in 2012-2013, we started with to write some policy rules on the export. So only a country who is a member of the UN, may import our cannabis. That's first. Secondly, the cannabis may only be used for patients, for scientific research and for product development. Well, I think that's normal. And the quantity per country per year may not go above the 40 kilos. If you go above the 40 kilos, we will export 100 kilos for 3 consecutive years. And in those 3 years, the country where we export to must make cannabis available in some country by changing regulation, by building growing facilities. Last year, the German authorities asked our minister to import more than 100 kilos, and well, in November she accepted it, so we will export more to Germany coming 3 years. In the period they are busy with changing legislation and tendering for the growing contract. This is an example of an import license which shows, of course, it's not different from other controlled substances. It gives just the names here of and the amount of the cannabis. This is 500 grams cannabis from the dry to baby oil, 400 grams cannabis from the baby oil. It may not be, for instance, only 400 grams cannabis because we do not know what variety is they want to have. So it's possible. In the Netherlands, cannabis is not reimbursed. And it's really a problem. We have a lot of health insurance, of course, from other countries. And every health insurer has other rules. There are health insurers who do not reimburse it at all. For instance, alcohol or medicine. But others are only reimburse the cannabis if it's, for instance, prescribed by a neurologist or an oncologist. Or they only reimburse it when it's prescribed by a general practitioner, or they only partially reimburse the cannabis. And we know from several patients that, for instance, a patient with chronic pain who get it reimbursed from its insurer for 750 euros a year, and in August it's he goes above that 750 euros. So he had no cannabis in September, and in October he became in hospital, and he must be hospitalized. And we know that that patient is getting the cannabis reimbursed for the whole year, because if you look at the pharmacoeconomic data, you see that it's more cost effective to prescribe cannabis than to hospitalize the patient. I think that way to look at it in that way, I think that's very, very important. The procedure for reimbursement for non-registered pharmaceutical products in the Netherlands are that the product must have a therapeutic effect, first of all, of course, and it must be cost effective. But we all see that the therapeutic effect, the therapeutic value, must be evidence-based. And what we see is that a lot of clinical studies which are done are not done in a way it has to be done. For instance, not the right comparator is used, or the design of the clinical study is not correct. For instance, is it randomized or not? Is the product which is used in the clinical trial, is that well characterized? Is it taken from a robbery or something? Is it taken from the criminal circuit, and is the amount of THC in it constant or not? Is it standardized or not? And, which is very important, is that a placebo or not? Is it placebo controlled? Because since the end of 2015 we have now a placebo cannabis available, which has no THC or CBD in it, or other cannabinoids, but which smells like the normal cannabis. So it has the terpenes in it. So there are now two trials going on, including a placebo. That's the one in Leiden on chronic pain, and one in Australia, in Sydney, on palliative care and hepatitis. And it's done by with the variety that we know, only 13.5% THC in it. Well, in the Netherlands there are also 3 companies now working on the illicit pharmaceutical products. The main problem is the investment. They do not have enough investors to do the phase 2 and phase 3 trials, and that's really a problem at this moment. The last one is Belgium. They are also themselves are going for a illicit pharmaceutical product, and they want to make an inhalation device with cannabis flowers in it. And they have a lot of prototypes already, but well, still wait for phase 2. If we oversee everything, there are a lot of positive points, but there are also some negative, of course. First of all, it's important that we ask the patients what they want to have and what their opinion is about the product they have. The OMC itself buys the cannabis from the grower, and it keeps the stock. It's done by the logistic service provider, but it's not the OMC itself. But we keep an eye on it. The cannabis is delivered by the pharmacy, which has an overview of the medication use of the patient. That's very, very, very important. Well, expanding number of cannabis varieties and formulation was in conjunction with patients and patient organizations. We asked them every time again, what do you like to have, what do you want to have? And if you go to a coffee shop, there are more than 18 varieties. I think the THC is mainly the same, but the smell is different. And for instance, the terpene concentration is different. Some negative points are that there are no financial participation in clinical studies. We do not finance clinical studies. And it's no standard reimbursement. It's just available in the pharmacy on prescriptions, and it's up to the insurance company to reimburse it or not. Thank you.
Hvala lepa za to res pregledno, natančno in zelo celovito predstavitev prakse na Nizozemskem, kjer seveda imajo dolgoletne izkušnje na tem področju. Verjetno smo dobili vrsto odgovorov na naša vprašanja, ampak in to, kar smo videli, je verjetno čisto drugače, kot smo mi na naših televizijah videli, kako se pripravlja učinkovito zdravilo, a ne v domačih kletih. Tako da se mi zdi, da tega vidika je bilo poučno. Imamo nekaj časa za vprašanja, ki so lahko namenjena zadnjima 2 gostoma, ali pa tudi kakšno vprašanje, ki se nanaša na cel dopoldanski sklop. Vidim, da zanimanje je. Mogoče najprej gospa na levi strani.
Dobar dan, jaz sem Tanja Sotrežnik, prihajam iz društva Konoplja. Imam pa eno vprašanje za zadnjega govorca, in sicer v naslovu tega posveta je pravzaprav regulacija skrbi in tako naprej v zvezi s konopljo. In mene zanima, kako so na Nizozemskem v bistvu poleg tega, da so naredili to krasno Bedelkan inštitucijo, poskrbeli predvsem za ranljive skupine, ki se največkrat pri nas omenjajo, se pravi za otroke, za bolne, za tiste, ki dostopajo do kanabisa še vedno lahko v coffee shopih, se pravi izven tega, da zdravnik napiše recept. Hvala.
As far as I get your question very good, but well, in the Netherlands, it's also possible for all patients. It's possible to go to the pharmacy, to the physician's course. When we started in 2003, the main reason why we started is to make it available, to have a good quality of the cannabis. And the focus was mainly on, well, the elder patients and not on the children. And that changes, I think in 2012, 2014, and also patients who were using, small patients who are using the cannabis need more information. The parents need more information about the quality of the cannabis, about the cannabis, if it's high CBD or high THC or low THC, and they ask for that kind of information. Just that information. That's very important. But at the start of the office, it was just we had to make cannabis available. It was just high THC, not low CBD, and it changes over time. Is that a good answer to your question?
Well, kinda. I just. The point was, how did you stop the children in Netherlands to go and buy cannabis when it is possible to buy?
Okay, in the coffee shop you mean?
Yeah.
In the coffee shop? Okay.
Wherever.
Well, in the coffee shop it's difficult. The coffee shop may not give cannabis to people under 18. And we expect that that's also happening. But of course, it's tricky because you ask your neighbor to buy it at the coffee shop. So it's difficult. But they may not sell it to people below 18.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot do anything about it.
May I just, if you have a...
bomo povedali.
Aha,
Ali
dobro.
lahko profesorju Geri?
Only following my fantasy after your presentation, because in reality we are putting together, in the same product. I have seen in your presentation different rates of THC or cannabidiol, for example, CBD. And we know that these two substances, two components of cannabis, can do sometimes the opposite effect. So now, following our fantasy, imagine that at a certain point you are in charge of treating people with hypertension, high blood pressure. And they tell you, use a mixed product, including both propanolol, that is a beta blocker, and epinephrine, that is increasing blood pressure. Then you say, I obtained a good effect, I reduced blood pressure. In which way you are not able to say that could have been reduced more the blood pressure if you use only propanolol, that is a beta blocker. To give the example now to epilepsy, resistant epilepsy that I mentioned also in my presentation. You showed that the the combination of the two products, no? The two components, tetrahydrocannabinol and cannabidiol, are reducing the epilepsy episode, no? Significantly. Who tell us that using only cannabidiol you obtain a better effect, a more significant effect with respect to mixing this with tetrahydrocannabinol? Because if we remain in this kind of things that are using the plant or different components of the plant together, I have the sensation as a, I'm not speaking as a UN officer, I'm speaking as a full medical doctor, no? I have the sensation we remain in a field that is herbal medicine. In herbal medicine you can say tisana, you can say chamomilla, you can say take cannabis, all the components of cannabis together, coming from the growers. But when we speak about pharmacology, we ask to a substance, not to do its own effect. In fact, if we mix substances, we mix things that are going to affect in the same direction. Now, if you take augmentin, you remember it's amoxicillin with clavulanic acid that are both killing bacteria.
So we have a lot of questions.
Yes. Is it? Yeah, I understand what you say. You're completely right. I think at the end we will stop in the Netherlands with the availability of the just dried flowers. There will be a registered pharmaceutical product at the end, in my opinion. You're right about it. It's not important again. Do you understand that?
No, I understand that. It's more
Yeah, okay. Yeah. What you say is completely right.
Maybe, come here, you have a lot of questions.
What I'd like to answer is that you're completely right. I think at the end, when in the Netherlands there will be no dried flowers available anymore, because we have a registered pharmaceutical product. that will be the end of the whole story.
Ja. Malo pomoral bi, da ga. To je prav, zdaj bom v slovenščini, jaz bi vprašal gospoda z Nizozemske, kako so oni poskrbeli za izobraževanje zdravnikov, ker vemo, da to pač zdravniki niso obravnavali na nobeni fakulteti, niti farmacija. Vprašal bi ga, glede na veliko prevalenco in uporabo in dostopnost konoplje na Nizozemskem, s kakimi problemi se ukvarjajo in koliko smrti so do sedaj imeli na Nizozemskem, kjer je bila vzrok smrti konoplja, ne padec na glavo zaradi konoplje. Hvala.
Well, if we are now working on a module for physicians to give them more information about where you can prescribe cannabis for this kind of indications. And that module is revised at the moment, and it's more focused on the patients and on the indications where there is some scientific evidence. That's not done by ourselves, but we do it in cooperation with another organization which is specialized in these kind of things. But it still is a problem that a lot of physicians even didn't know what the indications may be. So that's really a problem. And till now we didn't have any serious adverse events monitored.
Samo en dodatek za gospoda Gero, ker sem pozabil. Rad bi vprašal samo gospoda Gero, kako se pravi Združeni narodi izvajajo 28. člen konvencije, ki pravi, da konoplja namenjena za industrijo, prehrano in hortikulturo ni del konvencije, se pravi, ne spada pod konvencijo in nobeno drugo, because it's excluded from convention.
So, can you specify better the beginning of the question, because I have not...
Yes, how UN nations are following the 28th article of the convention, which says that cannabis for agricultural, food purposes and horticultural purposes is excluded out of the convention. It's Article 28. So if it is excluded, why we actually dealing with so-called industrial hemp?
Because we are thinking about a non-psychoactive component of cannabis, so it is not the cannabis we are speaking this morning. As is being shown in the previous presentation, it is cannabis that could be used to do tissues, or not the psychoactive effect.
Yes, but the agricultural purposes and food purposes, the cannabis for those purposes is excluded from the convention in 61.
Because it's not related to tetrahydrocannabinol or any other psychoactive component.
Okay, thank you.
Pomagam, tudi v naši prezentaciji smo pokazali, da je seveda raba konoplje v industrijske namene regulirana in dovoljena in v Sloveniji celo zelo pogosta. Profesor Kastelic je, ne bomo pa še vzeli dve vprašanji. Kastelic je na levi strani.
Hvala, Andrej Desilic. Sem razumel, po 15 letih uporabe na Nizozemskem ni nobenih ali pa zelo redke kontrolirane študije, ki bi pokazali kakšen dokazan medicinski efekt tega zdravila oziroma te substance. Je to razlog, da ne želijo zavarovalnici tega plačevati, oziroma da se vse to dogaja samo zato, ker pacienti to želijo. Ampak to želijo tudi pacienti, ki tega nikoli niso probali, ki ne poznajo pozitivnih ali negativnih efektov. Se mi zdi, da se vse to dogaja samo zato, ker ljudje želijo dobivati kanabis. Ni pa dokazano, da pravzaprav sploh deluje.
Well, when we started 2003, there were at that moment already no such scientific data available which meet the quality criteria for good scientific research. But we just introduced the cannabis for the patients. And over time, the Office of Medicinal Cannabis has no financial possibilities to ask companies to do more scientific research on it, do more clinical studies. And we even hadn't now any placebo available at that moment. If you want to do good clinical trials, then you have to have a placebo, for instance. So yes, at the beginning it was just the patients and the patient organization who drives this. Yes. We want to make it, yes, that's right. Yeah, we listen to the patients.
Ja, mogoče se spomnimo titika od začetka, je profesor Vera seveda pokazal, na kakšno pobudo lahko pridejo zdravila, da po vrstno prišlo, ali z referendumom, ali z odločitvijo sodišča, ali pa na podlagi kliničnih dokazanih študij učinkovitosti, in prav na tem področju imamo pa situacijo, ki ustreza vsem tem kriterijem. Hvala za ta odgovor. Imamo še dve roki na tej desni strani, potem bomo podpričali.
Brani Huč, zanima me iz regulatornega stališča. Vi imate standardizirane preparate na THC in CBD. Kaj pa vsi ostali kanabinoidi, ki so tudi aktivni? Ali potem samo jih zanemarimo?
also certificates available, but it's not reimbursed.
And that's another question, so I'm going to go in English now. You have standardized preparations, the 5 preparations you mentioned, and they're all standardized to THC or CBD. But we know that in these preparations there are we heard 100 other cannabinoids. How do you regard these from the regulatory point of view?
Well, we at the beginning we did not look at those substances in cannabis. But we know now we have a whole profile of substances which are in different varieties. So also the terpenes and the terpenoids. We have those profiles. But we do not know the therapeutic effect of all those different substances which are already mentioned. But we have a profile of that for every variety. But we do not mention it in all the papers and the certificates. We have it, yes.
And do you assume for them to be inactive for this purpose?
We don't know. Of course, at this moment there are some studies going on. We're looking at the possible therapeutic effect of these different substances, but it's very difficult to look at only one or two. It takes time.
Hvala lepa za vprašanje. Moje vprašanje je sledeče. Večina vaših bolnikov dobiva kanabinoide za zdravljenje spastičnosti ali pa zdravljenje bolečin. Praviloma te bolniki jemljajo zdravila leta. Kanabinoidov pa so po vaših podatkih prenehali imati po približno 250 ali 251 dneh. Imate mogoče zbrane podatke, kaj je bil razlog, da so prenehali imati?
No, I have no data about that. Sorry.
Hvala. Mislim, da smo izčrpali, da smo za nami eno zelo zanimivo dopoldne.
Nadaljujemo z posvetom in sicer sta pred nami še 2 zanimivi predstavitvi iz Avstrije in Republike Češke. In bi za začetek na oder povabila Rafaela Bajerja z Ministrstva za zdravje in ženske v Avstriji, ki sodeluje na področju drug tudi z mednarodnimi inštitucijami, naprimer v EU na ravni horizontalne skupine za droge, z Evropskim centrom za droge v Lizboni, ki se skratka tudi ukvarja z mednarodnimi vidiki področja drog. V tem primeru pa bo predstavil predvsem, kako ureja medicinsko konopljo Avstrija.
Very good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to have the opportunity to point out and give us some information about medical use of cannabis-based medicines in Austria and the legal framework regarding this item. My presentation will consist of some general remarks on the legal framework we have. Then I will focus a little bit more on the prescription of cannabis-based medicines. And finally, I will illustrate the legal framework in Austria regarding growing cannabis for medical purposes. We have 2 main legal pillars. One is the Narcotic and Psychotropic Substances Act, NPSA, which is a law. And then, one level beyond, we have the Narcotic Substances Regulation, NSR, which is a regulation. The main difference, of course, law has always to undergo a parliamentary decision-making process, what could make amendments sometimes a little bit more difficult, more time-consuming, whereas all amendments to the Narcotic Substances Regulation, which is issued by the Minister of Health, provides much more flexibility if needed. Okay. The Narcotic and Psychotropic Substances Act regulates inter alia the basics for growing of plants of the genus cannabis for the manufacture of medicines. It's important for the manufacture of medicines and for related scientific purposes. And it regulates further, inter alia, of course, administration of medicines containing narcotic drugs. Then, the regulation. The regulation contains more detailed provisions on these items mentioned before. Inter alia, on the documentation regarding the growing of cannabis plants for these above mentioned reasons, which are manufacturing of medicines and scientific purposes, and regarding the control competences of the respective authorities, and, for example, regarding stockpiling. And then the regulation contains further provisions to the medical prescription, the application and dispensing of medicines containing narcotic drugs, substances. Restrictions, for example, which substances are available, which are not. Formal requirements that the medical doctor has to take care on special prescription formalities, that, for example, he has to use narcotic drug stickers for the prescription to make it forgery proof, and so on and so on. Now the very central provision in the Narcotic and Psychotropic Substances Act. It says medicines containing narcotic drugs may only be prescribed, dispensed or applied within the scope of medical treatment according to the knowledge and experience of medical science, in particular for pain treatment and opioid substitution therapy. This is a very central provision in the law. Some years ago, it included further a kind of last resort clause. It said that the narcotic substance could only be applied when all other medicines didn't show effects anymore. And this had very negative results because the medical doctors were very reluctant in prescribing narcotic substances for pain therapy. And it happened that patients had delayed therapies. And so this clause was eliminated, and the provision now should encourage the medical doctors to prescribe if it's needed. And now to the regulation, the detailed provision. Section 14 of the Narcotic Substances Regulation says the prescription of pure narcotic drugs and preparations from heroin, cannabis, and coca leaves is prohibited. This is the basic rule. Prescription of cannabis is prohibited. And cannabis, of course, is defined, as we know, also in our law, as flowering or fruiting tops of the cannabis plant from which the resin has not been extracted. So the prescription of cannabis is prohibited, with the exception of preparations made from cannabis extracts that have been authorized as pharmaceutical specialties. This is the Sativex, which was already mentioned several times today. This provision was introduced in 2012 regarding the pharmaceutical specialties like Sativex. And in 2015 it was further elaborated. The next exception was it may be prescribed delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol of high purity, that means over 95%, obtained from cannabis extract, if it's in the form of a pharmaceutical compounding based on a medical prescription. But in the result, cannabis, in terms of its definition, is not admissible for medical prescription in Austria. And there are no special authorization possibilities foreseen in the law. So this is clear. Further admissible for prescription on cannabis basis, unfortunately, is dronabinol, as listed in Annex 2 of the 1971 Convention. That means delta-9, tetrahydrocannabinol, and its stereochemical variants from synthetic origin as synthetically produced substance, again in the form of pharmaceutical compounding based on a medical prescription. And then we have also the possibility to prescribe nabilone, a synthetic cannabinoid, by the way, which is not subject to the Austrian narcotic drugs law. And now some words regarding the growing of cannabis. The law says that the growing of cannabis, the law permits the growing of cannabis plants by the Austrian Food and Health, Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety, in order to obtain a narcotic substance for the production of pharmaceuticals as well as for scientific purposes related to this field. Who is this Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety? It's a company of the Republic of Austria, represented by the, or through the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Agriculture. It was founded in 2012, and it supports both ministries in several questions, for example, relating public health, medical and drug safety, seed safety, food safety, feeding staff, and so on, by providing professional and scientific expertise. This company, law foresees that, is entitled to create subsidiary companies with different shareholders, such university institutes dealing with research in botanic matters, or enterprises that are authorized to produce pharmaceutical products and to act as a wholesaler, and also with chemical laboratories. But the Austrian Agency of Health and Food Safety has always to keep at least 75% of the shares. The cannabis produced by the Austrian Agency of Health and Food Safety may only be made available to enterprises that are authorized to produce pharmaceutical products and to act as a wholesaler. In the regulation, we find further provisions on documentation requirements for this agency. They are very extensive. They have to document several items regarding crops in the beginning and the ending of the growing cycle, acquisition of seeds and plants, regarding the croplands, storage area, delivery, and so on and so on. And this must be done in a very extensive and way. Then the regulation provides further access rights for control authorities and provisions regarding stockpiling. So the stocks, for example, may not exceed the amount needed for the manufacture of narcotic substances in the subsequent year. This is everything clearly regulated. And, well, thank you for your attention.
drugačna od predhodne, ampak mislim, da nas zanimiva, imamo eno vprašanje. Tam je nazaj.
Ja, dobro dan. Jaz sem minister za kmetijstvo. Mene pa zanima, kakšen je obseg pridelave te konoplje v Avstriji. Pa tudi nekako se mi zdi, da je pač sama uporaba dosti bolj omejena kot v Holandiji, a ne? Pa tudi prejšnjega govorca iz Holandije je vprašal, kakšen je pa nek obseg te pridelave. Ker veste, tle pri nas včasih pri teh nevladnih organizacijah, pri teh promotorjih konoplje, da so se nekaj zdi, da bo se iz tega lahko razvila ne vem kakšna industrija. Ampak, ker jaz razumem celo stvar, ali Holandija gre za nek malo večji, zelo modern rastlinjak. V bistvu v Avstriji mora pa tudi za nekaj tatka. Ker to ne bo moglo biti, koliko se včasih v Sloveniji govori o tem, da bo vsak nekje doma imel neko konoplo in jo bodo pač nekako predelovali in prodajali za tak način predelave nekdo pisal. Potem bi mogla ta regulativa biti čisto drugačna. Mi danes govorimo, pač, če govorimo v tej smeri stroge medicinske, potem je tole v redu. Vse jaz nagradam ministrstvo za kmetijstvo, ampak že 10 let pač nekje v teh debatah sodelujem preko te industrijske konoplje in te zadeve, pa tudi v samih definicijah pa teh zadevah, ki moram reči, da včasih tudi ne razumem, pa to ni zdaj, no, to je zdaj vprašanje, bom pa kasnejši. Ampak mene samo zanima obseg pridelave v bistvu. Kakšen je obseg pridelave, koliko je teh pridelovalcev? Hvala.
We can answer for Austria. We have only one producer. The producer is the Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety itself. This agency is the one and only producer. And the agency produces the cannabis exclusively for the manufacturing of medicines. For example, the deltamine tetrahydrocannabinol, which is gained from the extract of the cannabis produced.
Hvala, verjetno je zanimivo, da smo se poznali dva modela, ki govorijo pridelavo vhodnih surovin, za zdravila in sicer na obeh področjih smo videli nek državni monopol, s tem, da Avstrija ima v AGES-u, v agenciji oziroma v inštituciji, ki je v lastništvu dveh ministrstev in po pravilih seveda sodeluje z drugimi partnerji. In na Nizozemskem, kot smo videli in kot slišali, izbiro partnerjev, ki so bili izbrani na javnem razpisu. Prvič še ne na evropskem javnem, tako kot je bilo razumeti, ampak kot smo iz neformalnih razgovorov izvedeli, da bodo ponavljali te razpise in bodo to izbrani na odprtem evropskem javnem. Še eno roko sem videla. Aha, kdo da tebe,
Jaz sem onkolog, drugače po svoji stroki, ki že srečeve. Jaz bi, kot če sem bila razumela, da v Avstriji v praksi uporabljate glavni dronabinol, se pravi izključno THC, ali ga uporabljate vseeno kakšno drugo farmacevtsko ali magistralno zdravilo, kombinacijo CBD in THC.
Being from the cannabis plant or the synthetic dronabinol.
Jure Gašparič, ministrstvo za zunanje zadeve. V tem letaku od National Narcotics Control Board piše, da je the board reiterated its invitation to the Svetovni zdravstveni organizacijo to evaluate the potential medical utility of cannabis and the extent to which cannabis poses a danger to human health in line with its mandate under the Single Convention.
Zanima me, ali je Svetovna zdravstvena organizacija naredila kakšno regulacijo ali ima to na osnovi dosedanjih izkušenj namen narediti kakšno analizo škode, koristi od medicinske uporabe kanabisa ali se to ne dela. Hvala. In zakaj ne, če se ne?
Mogoče preden dam besedo predstavnikom, ne vem, v dopoldanskem delu je bilo o tem kar veliko govora. Dr. Poznjak in dr. Gera sta predstavila številne študije, dr. Poznjak tudi izziv, ki ga je pripravila Svetovna zdravstvena organizacija in prizadevanja specifičnega znanstvenega odbora, ki na tem dela, ampak mogoče dr. Poznjak bi kaj dodal.
Thank you for this question. There was a review presented to the expert committee on drug dependence last year, which included also all data available at that time, mid-2016, on therapeutic efficacy and effectiveness of cannabis and cannabis preparations. I briefly mentioned the results of that. The quality of most studies is inadequate. The adverse effects were not properly monitored. Some randomized controlled trials which were implemented are compared with placebo rather than with available medications which are approved for these purposes, though there are limitations. And there are several conditions for which it's relevant. WHO itself as the organization didn't conduct such trials, and we don't plan such trials in the nearest future. We will continue to rely upon research which is being implemented in the countries, but paying particular attention to the quality of this research. This question will be again discussed at the Expert Committee on Drug Dependence in the fall of this year. All update of all studies which will be available by that time will be presented at this meeting. What will be the outcomes? Difficult to say at this point.
In pa gremo še na zadnjega govorca, ki je pred nami. Ja, zadnjega govorca, Tomaš Zadilek, prihaja iz Češke.
Tokrat imamo tudi predstavnika z sicer vladnih strani, ampak na Češkem imajo vladni svet za koordinacijo politike na področju drog in Tomaš Zadilek je v sekretariatu tega sveta.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I think it's a little bit on the side, but it will move to the center as the rest will be in center. Let me first thanks to the Slovenian Ministry of Health for the invitation. We are very happy the Czech Republic to share the experience and not only the good practice we have, but even more what might be beneficial from Slovenians to learn from our mistakes which we made as we were the second country after Netherlands to legalize cannabis for medical use. So let me start with the presentation. I will give you a very short introduction to the Czech tradition of medical cannabis. Not only use, but research. In Czech Republic, we already had extensive studies on medical use of cannabis in the 50s, where the founders of this era on the medical faculty in Olmos, Professor Kabelik and Shantavi, who already did two extensive works and that were actually dealing with cannabis from the point of medical view. We had also still current celebrity in the field of research Professor Lumir Hanush, who is now in Hebrew University in Jerusalem, who was a student of this Professor Kretian Shantavi, and who is co-founder of the Ananda name. So, and also numerous other cannabinoids compounds. So, we have in Czech Republic. Those are the you can find. I will share the presentation so you can look for the research as well. This is Professor Hanush, still active in Jerusalem in the Hebrew University. This is their work together, finders of Anandamide together with Professor Meshulam. But this all what I said, it was stopped in late 50s after the communist regime was strengthening. So the doctors, the researchers in that field went to Israel, as I said already. So again, we started to continue on the research on the medical cannabis in late 90s after there was a wild cannabis autotherapy in Czech Republic, which we had, as we've seen in presentations before, in Czech Republic there was a high prevalence of use of cannabis since a few decades. So there was also a large use or self-therapy among the population that had been indicated some kind of illness that we these days define as those indications we prescribe medical cannabis for. It was largely accepted by the media for some reasons in the Czech Republic where the tolerance of cannabis use is so tolerant that the media was in favor of those stories of the people who were self-medicating for, in this case, it was a huge case for several years in the TV. He was self-medicated in his Parkinson's disease, live in TV. So the reaction came from the medical community, where in April 8, 2010, there was a first parliamentary seminar held on medical cannabis, which started the whole political process. It took relevance because it was held by a dean of the medical faculties and other former and current deans of the medicine faculties from the Czech Republic. Also the scientists, politicians, so it somehow became a big topic in the parliament, in the medical society, and in the society as such. There was achieved a consensus that there is a need to provide legal supply of cannabis for patients who agree diagnosed to use it in the EDM. Led by Professor Hanush. The seminar was open to patients, to civil society, politicians, experts. So everyone could take part in this debate, how to move forward in a situation where people could not get medical cannabis. And I have to say that there was a time where we had not few, there was actually several cases where people that committed suicide because some neighbor or somebody told to that my neighbor is using the medical cannabis, and there was a cases 5 people in 4 years that the people committed suicide because they were self-medicated and they had to go to the prison, and then so it was very emotive. The emotions about it was a huge. The politicians was afraid of this topic, like in every country, to say. So suddenly, Minister of Health stopped his activity straight after the seminar without knowing what to do next, saying that the civil society is pushing him somewhere where he doesn't want to go, where we shouldn't go. Then it's the reaction was from again from the deans of medicine of the universities in Czech Republic, who said we have to move somehow forward, and the only way forward how we could go was to a petition, some kind of petition from the former deans, current deans of the medical faculties, the medical experts, patients, civil society. This was a moment where it started again the process, and the parliament created in our office of government and the national drug coordinator established a group. This working group was tasked to prepare the legislature for legal artist use of medical cannabis. The group was led by Professor Zima, now director of the Charles University in Prague. Within the committee, there were two subgroups formed, medical and legal, which we found out that was one of the most important steps. That the medical subgroup, they survey all medical societies to find out if they intend to use medical cannabis, and review the state of art in the medical research and treatment standards. There was the medical subgroup, and then the legal subgroup which reviewed the different legal models around the world, especially in Europe. So regarding also the use, the production, the transport, the processing, how to handle and with the cannabis for medical use. Sorry. December 21st, 2013, the draft medical cannabis legalization law was submitted to the head of the Chamber of Commons of the Czech Parliament and then to Minister of Health. The work reportedly impossible to do within 1 year for the whole Minister of Health. Again, there was the whole ongoing process was one big struggle between the ministries, the agency. The debate was to say it in a nice way. It was intensive. Thank you very much. We had so many arguments. Police, Minister of Interior, medical doctors, administration, the future agency, the cannabis agency. There was it was very emotional. So and it all was on the shoulders of the Minister of Health, who was not really comfortable in the situation. So, but then the arguments that came from this working group, where there were medical professionals, there were lawyers that explained that the law is strictly in accord with the UN Treaty 61/71/88. Inter alia, the National Medical Cannabis Agency with exclusive right to buy, sell and to provide licenses for growing was established by the bill. This was, looking backwards, very important. I will get to it later on because we were discussing it earlier. The proposal was formally adopted by 9 members of parliament, but at the time from all 5 countries that were in the government, which was important step. December 7, 2012, the bill was approved by the House of Commons, 126 votes out of 154. There was 7 against and 21 abstained. January 30, 2013, the Senate passed the bill by 56 votes of 62. On February 15, the bill is signed by the President, came into force by March 1st of March 2013. There are many difficulties that remain and that we are still ongoing even these days. The law set unreasonable limits for monthly dose. There was a 30 grams per person that was somehow incorrectly referring to average dose in Netherlands, and in Czech case it did not really serve well to persons who needed most the medical cannabis, as we found out later on. Also, the right for use of medical cannabis to less medical expertness than forcing by the legislator, and thus cuts indicated patients for medical cannabis. There was prohibit, and it's still ongoing, this process. We prohibit the usage of medical cannabis to persons younger than 18. This question is still ongoing, whether even though it's prohibited to prescribe medical cannabis for persons younger than 18 years old, there are still cases that it is possible under very special circumstances, but it is very limited and only individual cases. To tell you what is the amount of patients in Czech Republic, because from what I'm presenting now, it seems like we have 20,000 patients. The number of patients is now something between 120 and 150 patients. That's it, because we opened this window of opportunity only exclusively for the patients that we are 100% sure they need this kind of treatment, and we will get also the time to go along with the research that will give us in the future the possibilities to separate different cannabinoids from the cannabis plant, and like it was said already, hopefully in the future, not decades, but in the future years, we will be able to provide pills or whatever different than cannabis resin for different illnesses, knowing that this is helping. So patients we have at this moment, the number is very limited, and those are very selected persons so we know they are the right for the treatment. Also in Czech Republic there is it's not covered by the insurance company. The discussion is still ongoing. Patients have those patients who have this indication can buy it. I will get to the price now. We started with the Dutch cannabis from the bedrock, and where the price, of course, was higher for the patients, because it was €10 plus per gram. Once because we were waiting for the tender to open the tender for our local producer, then we were able to put the price a little bit down, or a little bit, for 1/3. It was something around €3 per gram. There was so €10 per gram was in the time by the end of 2014, where we did not have our domestic grower selected yet. As the use of medical cannabis was prohibited, there was not really expertise in Czech Republic. So medical doctors are being approached by their patients asking for Medcan. So now there was a time in 2014, now we have more. We have about 30 doctors that are already experienced in the cases where medical cannabis is available. About the recent outlooks, what we are in the state of art now. Yeah, there was this first domestic grower was selected by a tender. It was a €3 per gram, 380 in the pharmacy. There are some still the biggest obstacles. Administrations are still very complicated. Now, recently, this whole month, the whole month of March, there was no available medical cannabis in our pharmacies due to very heavy administrative obstacles that are so complicated that I'm not going to go into details. So now we are in the current state of art is that our patients don't have the access to medical cannabis. We have the order from the background from Netherlands. The patients will have to pay again €10 plus for program for at least a few months because we are not able to tender the cannabis production in Czech Republic. It's all linked to our cannabis agency, which is plus and minus at the same time. The positives on the cannabis agency and the law that was written is that the agency defines what is going to be the demand of the production for the patients in 4 years' time. That means that it not really can bring a huge business into the Czech Republic because the agency defines the demand of the cannabis, then set the amount of the kilograms, let's say 40 kilograms. The company go to a tender and they only can grow 40 kilograms. If there are some leftovers, the agency, the cannabis agency, is allowed to export it somewhere else. But once some company wins the tender, they can sell the cannabis only to the state agency, the cannabis agency, and the agency is providing the supply to the pharmacies and to the patients. So there is no side business with the medical cannabis and with the production. The only company get the license who wins the tender and who can grow the cannabis for the patients. So also on the side with this, the first research grants are taking place starting last year or at the end of 2015. So hopefully we will go with these obstacles and hopefully in a few years we will via this research and with the help of the research we will get the products that they will help to the patients for particular indications. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Hvala lepa tudi za to predstavitev, kako so zakone in prakse spreminjali na Češkem, tudi s težavami, kot nam je bilo predočeno, zdaj pa na vrsti so vprašanja za zadnjega govorca. Specifično vprašanje. Ja,
Dobar dan. Jaz bi vprašal predavatelja samo 3 stvari. Kako so organizirali izobraževanje na Češkem za zdravnike, ker vemo, da zdravniki tega izobraževanja o predpisovanju konoplje in znanja o tem nimajo, ker pač še niso učili. In ali ne bi morali zdravniki biti tisti, ki pritisnejo na zakonodajalce, oziroma ne, da morajo pacienti pritiskati na zdravnike. Drugo bi, zakaj se zdravniki tega na Češkem več ne poslužuje, namreč na zadnjem seminarju, ki je bil na Kanofestu, je bil podatek, da je za celo leto za Češko bilo uvoženo 10 kg konoplje, to je zelo malo količina iz Nizozemske. In če je to res.
Thank you very much for the questions. I will start with the first one, with the education. Yes, there is a huge problem with the education of the doctors. The doctors were selected somehow, and I don't remember the process correctly. The doctors in the first stage could just apply for the prescribing of the medical cannabis and attend some kind of seminar where they will be taught how to prescribe under what indications and so on. But it was only very limited. I remember it was maybe 10 doctors in the first phase. But now finally we are discussing with Germany just now in the process of legalizing medical cannabis to together somehow maybe provide the education to the doctors who want to prescribe cannabis, maybe regionally limited, so there can be only a few doctors per region or something like this. But yes, there are two options, and probably it will be a combination of it. There will be some kind of e-learning to get to know more about the patients, how to understand the patients, and also to be for the patient, so they don't have to ask the doctor what should I do with this and how to do this and that. So some kind of e-learning that is already being produced in Harvard Medical University, and the second phase of education will be probably face-to-face seminars for doctors to teach them how to work with the patients. And the second question was why they prescribe only so little. Yes. Yes. It was like the same with the tender. There was so many administrative problems because we were so we didn't know how to proceed with these all things. There was a huge problem in last decade for all doctors with the so-called e-prescription, the internet prescription, and because the medical cannabis was a new thing, and we tied it strictly to some kind of electronic prescription, but there was no electronic prescription, so it created again such a huge mess, and then it became a struggle with medical doctors and the Ministry of Health, and it's still ongoing. So to be honest, it's a problem last 3-4 years, and we are still not even close to the end.
Okay, thank you.
Lep pozdrav, Dena Dekarenda, Ministrstvo za infrastrukturo. Mene zanima eno vprašanje. Prvo bi čestital na prezentaciji, končno ena poštena in iskrena prezentacija. Vprašanje se nanaša, kako je horizontalno vplivalo tole, kar se je zgodilo na Češkem pri drugi zakonodaji, predvsem na zakonodaji, ki se tiče prometa. Za povečanjem števila pacientov, ki uporabljajo tako imenovano medicinsko konopljo oziroma konopljo v medicinske namene, se povečuje tudi število pacientov v prometu, pri katerih so prisotni tudi metaboliti. V naši zakonodaji, na žalost, se sankcionira tudi nekoga, ki ima prisotne metabolite, ne pa psihoaktivne snovi, psihoaktivne kanabinoide. Zdaj me zanima, ali je prišlo do premika na Češkem tudi v tem pogledu. Hvala.
I'm sorry, it was probably, I didn't understand correctly, but I know where you're pointing. We didn't have any effects yet because there is no commercializing or any advertising yet at this moment of these products. There are products like let's say hemp.
It was not my question. My question was the only psychoactive cannabinoid is THC, delta THC 9. But the tester that we are using in Slovenia and somewhere else, but in Slovenia, they are actually testing the driver for the metabolites, for the THC-COOH. And this is something that is totally wrong. I informed my minister about this, that it's completely wrong. And I'm wondering if there was a specific move in the other direction in the Czech Republic, because there was a major number of patients who are using medical cannabis, and I suppose they are driving when they are not under influence, but still you have quite a quantity of metabolites in you, even 14 days, 21 days, or more.
Yes, thank you for the explanation. In Czech Republic, we because of the high prevalence of use of cannabis, the police had so many cases that they were forced years ago to use 2 to 3 different tests. So first they use the metabolites first, but if it's positive, that they go to the doctor, which can define when was the substance used and whether it was affected, the driver was affected in the time when he was driving or not. So positive when we use this guy on the phone. So if it's positive, go to a doctor who defines when was the substance used, whether it could be the driver could be under the influence of the substance or not.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Hvala. Ker smo upozorili še na en vidik, ki ga seveda tudi v Sloveniji ne moremo prezreti, tudi po poročili slovenske policije, je seveda nesrečen tudi s smrtnim izidom, kjer je posredi alkohol in povezavi s prepovedanim droge, seveda ta delež narašča, tako da je to zelo pomemben vidik, ki ga bomo morali zapreti.
Teh podatkov še nimamo.
Pa tudi niste poslušali
in
tega,
jih ne spremlja nihče, niti policija, niti sodišče, na žalost.
O nam postopnih poročilih je mogoče ne vemo, še vse natančnost pa gotovo je vidik, ki je bil tudi v prejšnjih prezentacijah predstavljen, da je nepotrebno obstaja epidemiološka povezava med večjo rabo in škodo oziroma žrtvami v prometu in tudi ta vidik pač v večji rabi z vidika javnega zdravja moramo vsekakor upoštevati.
Kot je direktor Nacionalnega centra za vodenje prometa, moram reči, da je absolutno ne drži. Gledal sem kompletno to statistiko, dejansko v vseh državah.
Hvala, sej bomo to razpravo gotovo nadaljevali na ravni, tako da uredi zdaj ne bomo prišli do konca. Jaz bi se, torej, imamo nekaj časa za razpravo, rada bi odprla razpravo za še kakšen komentar, pripombo, misel ob tem dogodku. Nekaj časa imamo, preden potegnemo za zaključke, se zahvalimo gostom. Malo Peter.
Bom zelo hiter, pri Klemen zelišča, zdravil sem se s konoplo in imam 30-letne izkušnje. Vprašal bi vas tole, 150 kanabinoidov približno imate v konoplji, čez 1000 ostalih snovi, 150 na 1000 potenco, naša znanost sploh ne vem, če ima to cifro. A mislite, da bomo v tem stoletju civilizacijsko znanstveno dorasli zgolj rastlini?
Želimo mogoče kdo od naših gostov odgovoriti na to vprašanje?
Hvala lepa. Tole stojim zato, ker sem dobil besedo strani predsedujoče, dr. Gobčeve, pa bom mogoče še na to odgovoril. Moje ime je Borut Štukl, prihajam z fakultete za farmacijo Univerze v Ljubljani. Dovolite mi, da najprej čestitam ministrstvu, pa ne za ta dogodek, ki je nujno potreben seveda, ampak za pogubne korake pred enim letom, ko ste naredili uredbo, in to je ta prva uredba, kjer se je pravzaprav začelo, to je bil začetek, da sploh lahko sedimo in razpravljamo o uporabi medicinske konoplje v namene terapije. In ravno zato bi želel, da postavimo neke meje in da se v bodoče začnemo pogovarjati ločeno, strokovno pomeni strokovnjaki v okviru zdravja, zdravniki, farmacevti, zdravstveni delavci, in ostali, ki, tukaj mislim tudi podnike, in pa vsi ostali, ki nekako pritiskajo politično in kakorkoli drugače na to, da bomo mogoče zmešali jabolka in hruške in na koncu bomo v enem zaprtem krogu. In to se nam zdaj že dogaja. Vete, zakaj gre? Zdaj bom povedal čisto z vidika farmacije in z vidika dela zdravnikov, o katerim se o tem veliko pogovarjamo. Medicinska konoplja oziroma medicinska konoplja v medicinske namene je eno od zdravilnih rastlin. In vsakih 50 let imamo vedno nek boom, vedno je neka rastlina, ki pomeni vse in potem pride v pozabo. Spomnite se tahebo, ginseng, noni in tako naprej. Skratka, mogoče se bo z konopljo nekaj podobnega zgodilo. Je pa seveda res, da so kanabinoidi, ki jih preučujemo, in tukaj bi rad odgovoril na dve zadevi. Prvič, rečeno, da fakulteta za farmacijo nima edukacije na tem področju, imamo, vem kako je z medicinsko fakulteto. In drugič, katedra za farmacijsko biologijo, mi se že leta in leta ukvarjamo z zdravilnimi rastlinami, ki nas zanimajo, in med njimi tudi s konopljo. To je mogoče direktni odgovor. Fakulteta za farmacijo je pripravila zelo dobro analitiko, celotno analitično platformo in lahko določimo noter, tako kot ste povedali, torej skratka 20-30, teoretično bi lahko tudi 100 kanabinoidov. Morate povedati, da je količina vseh ostalih relativno majhna. Ampak da ne bom tudi sam zašel, bi se vrnil na sledeče zadeve. Dovolite mi, da povem 3 parametre. Eno je uporaba ekstrakta v torej indijske konoplje v medicinske namene. Z uredbo, ki je bila sprejeta 15.5.2016, je pravzaprav na razpolago standardiziran izvleček v lekarnah, oziroma bi bil na razpolago, če se ne bi srečevali z veliko regulatornimi preprekami. In to je zdravilo, to je zdravilna zmes zdravilnih učinkovin in tako moramo na zadevo gledati. Zdaj bom pa mogoče dodal, da bomo lažje razumeli. Zakaj se ne ukvarjamo recimo z standardiziranim izvlečkom volčje češnje ali črnega zobnika, za katerega vemo, da je ravno tako zdravilna rastlina, vsebuje atropin in podobne snovi in bi ga tudi lahko teoretično recimo gojili doma in uporabljali kot spazmolitik. Ne. Zakaj ne? Ker ni modern. Konoplja je postala moderna in cel svet se okoli tega vrti. Torej, skratka, postavimo prioritetin, čim prejdemo skupaj javna agencija za zdravila, ministrstvo, fakultete tukaj lahko veliko pomoč, narediti korak naprej, da bodo bolniki čim prej lahko prišli do standardiziranega izvlečka za točno določeno količino kanabinoidov na recept zdravnika specialista. In tukaj bomo naredili pravzaprav ogromno. Zakaj ne bi bili tukaj med prvimi v Evropi? To je ena stvar. Druga stvar je gojenje. Na ministrstvu je, mislim, da neformalno sem gotovil ali zvedel, da je osnutek pravilnika za gojenje. Proti imamo pravzaprav dva, tri primera. Imamo Češko, imamo primer Holandije, kjer je to relativno dobro urejeno, pa še seveda Avstrijo sem pozabil. Zakaj ne bi tudi Slovenija šla v to? Zakaj ne bi ministrstvo prevzelo kompletno kontrolo nad gojenjem? To ne pomeni gojenje v lončkih na oknu, ampak skratka v zaprtih pogojih, pod hektarskim takim in takim minimumom, z standardizacijo in tako naprej. Zakaj bomo čakali, da bomo spet recimo čez 3-4 leta prišli od tega, kar že drugi delajo? In zadnja stvar, za drugo uredbo, pred kratkim, ko je ministrstvo dovolilo, da se v skupino 2 prenese tudi cvetovi, torej medicinske konoplje, pa se kot farmacevti, delno tudi zdravniki, seveda ne strinjamo, da bi bil to optimalen način uporabe konoplje v medicinske namene. Zakaj gre? Dobro veste, da je v socvetju, da so kanabinoidi tudi v obliki kislin, CBD-A, THC-A. To pomeni, če bi pacient začel z ekstrakcijo iz teh cvetov, ki bi jih v lekarnih dobil, bo vprašanje, s kakšnimi topili. Bo vprašanje, koliko bo lahko ekstrahiral. Jasno, kaj mu preostane? Kajenje ali pa uporabo evaporatorja. Gotovili smo, da praktično verjetno evaporator ne bo prišel v poštev, ker je predrago, torej bodo kadili. In zdaj si pa predstavljate, spoštovani člani ministrstva, pred nekaj mesti smo sprejeli super protikadilski zakon, zelo sem vesel, da je bil ta sprejet. Zdaj pa na nek način posredno omogočamo bolnikom, da bojo kadili kanabis. Tako da bom zelo roke so že takoj gošle, zelo kratek, torej bom končal. Glejte, fakulteta za farmacijo je na razpolago in dajmo narediti korak naprej, da ne bomo 60, ampak da bomo 3 v Evropi. Hvala lepa.
Hvala za ta komentar. Točno to je tudi namen današnjega posveta. Dobili smo uvide, dobili smo prakse, dobili smo vzorce držav, kjer so to naredili, kjer se lahko naučimo, kjer nam ni treba mogoče narediti kakšne napake, kjer so jo drugje. Ampak povsod smo videli, da je bil ta proces premišljen, da je bil strpen in upošteval vse okoliščine. In zato smo danes tukaj.
Tako da seveda hvala za vodilo za sodelovanje, vsekakor da bomo upoštevali, verjetno zanito za oblikovanje zakona, ki mora povedati zakon.
A lahko damo še kakšno vprašanje, preden vi prijete zaključki? Ker tle vidim roke, da se dviguje, vi pa že zaključujete tale.
Tako, gospod, če nam pozvolite,
ja, prosim.
Kamera, izvolite.
Ali gospa je tle.
Hvala lepa. Še enkrat Tanja Cetrežnik, društvo Hopla Konopla. Jaz bi samo dodala doktorju Štruklu eno stvar. Mislim, da smo vsi, ko smo danes tukaj slišali dve stvari. Prva je ta, da tudi Bedrokan nima standardiziranih cvetov v taki meri, kot se želi predstaviti, da bomo mi to naredili. Bedrokan ima 15% odstopanje, kar pomeni, da ne moramo določiti točne vsebnosti THC, CBD, CBC, CBN, CBG, CBA, CBD in tako naprej. Potem smo tudi vsi slišali gospoda z Nizozemske, da pač oziroma vsa farmacija bo šla v to, da se določene substance izolirajo in mešajo med sabo. Vendarle je bil tukaj omenjen tudi doktor Lumir Hanuš, ki je naredil eno raziskavo, ki zelo dobro pokaže, da izolirane substance, se pravi popoln ekstrakt rastline konoplje, je veliko bolj učinkovit kot ena sama izolirana substanca CBD. Pri CBD-ju se izkaže, da do neke mere pomaga, potem pa ne pomaga več. Pri popolnem ekstraktu konoplje, se pravi s terpeni in vsemi ostalimi kanabinoidi in flavonoidi, nekako do zgornje meje, kdaj je preveč te konoplje in kdaj se začnejo indikacije slabšati, ni prišlo. Torej, odkje bomo dobivali cvetove, če Bedrokan gre v izolirane substance, to je eno moje vprašanje. Drugo vprašanje pa je za vse govorce tukaj, kaj so njihove države naredile v zvezi z izobraževanjem o uporabi konoplje. Govorim o prehrani, gradbenem materialu, volni in tako naprej. Kajti iz konopelj, iz katerih se da pridelovati zdravilo, danes naši kmetje zelo dobro delajo vse ostale stvari. Ker govorimo predvsem o medicini, o črnem trgu, o tem, kako je vse pomešano, tudi mislim, da smo nekako skupaj, se pravi, ne samo nevladne organizacije, ampak tudi tako imenovani strokovnjaki, ki sedite med nami, nekako ljudem dali občutek, da od konoplje pravzaprav vsi rabimo samo neke ekstrakte, neke koncentrirane nevarne substance, v resnici pa zaradi teh debat spregledamo 90% ali več uporabnosti konoplje, skozi katero bi lahko ljudi naučili odgovorne uporabe konoplje in njenih substanc. Za enkrat, kot vem, delamo to samo nevladne organizacije, ki ne pridemo do sogovornika med uradnimi krogi. Hvala lepa.
Bi želel kdo odgovoriti na to zadnje vprašanje, mogoče kolega iz Ministrstva za kmetijstvo, vemo, da več kot 240 hektarov smo slišali o rabi industrijske konoplje in njeni popularizaciji, bi želel kdo odgovoriti.
Ja, zdaj, mislim, če se te industrijske konoplje, če govorimo o konoplji, ki ima 0,2 THC. To je zame industrijska konoplja. Zdaj, več na temu, da je konoplja samo ena, ali pa da jih je več. Meni je načeloma čisto vseeno, ampak ta konoplja, da se jaz ukvarjam v angleščini, se reče hemp, po slovensko je pa konoplja. To je konoplja, ki ima 0,2% THC. In kar se tiče samega izobraževanja po vseh teh stvari, veste, ne vem, zdaj, jaz se s to konopljo ukvarjam že od leta 2004. Pa če pogledam tole, veliko se govori, zdaj pa to ni medicinska konoplja. Nobene ovire ni več, v bistvu, ne za prehrano, ne za te stvari, pa mi govorijo o zidakih, pa o hišah, pa o vrveh, pa o platnu, pa sem videl samo eno hišo, ker je naredil pač en entuzijast, ampak to ni še noben izdelka, veste. Da bi se pa neka industrija z tega razvila, se pa ni. Ampak če zdaj prekinem s tole, kar se tiče industrijske konoplje, kjer jaz ne vidim več nobenih, ne vem kakšnih problemov. Vidim kar, da ukinemo ta pravilnik, v bistvu, ki ga imam jaz, ker se tudi da narediti. Zdaj ni nobenega problema. Ampak kar se tiče pa medicinske konoplje, pa tole, kar danes govorimo, če z agronomske plati pogledamo, so to pridelavo po vse te stvari, ne. Potem bo problem v bistvu zagotoviti eno konstantno, pa nisem zdravnik, ne farmacevta, ne, ampak eno konstantno skrbo bolnikov z enim konstantnim materialom, bom jaz temu rekel, ne. Če gledamo, Čehi so imeli že težave, potali so tender ven, so dobili nekaj proizvajalca, ki sem po nekako razumel, da je nekako propadlo, kakorkoli že, nekaj pač proizvajati, ne. In se tle treba zavedati, pa umiriti malo to žogo v bistvu neki stihiji, nekega razvoja industrijske konoplje, mislim, medicinske konoplje in kakšen doprinos bo to prineslo za kmetijstvo v bistvu. Še enkrat bom rekel, govorimo o enem ali največ dveh zelo modernih rastlinjakih, v katerih bo treba zagotoviti pač vse te stvari, pa med drugim tudi svetlobni režim, veste, tleni, to je pač koliko pa krizatema, treba jih pač osvetljevati, da cvetijo pravi čas, isto bo tle s konoplo. To ne bojo mogli biti neke domačice, ki bojo rasle ne vem kje. Ker jaz, če bi bil zdravnik, jo ne bi predpisoval. Pa zdaj, če govorim osebno, ne kot predstavnik ministrstva, ampak kot Matjaž Grkmana, ne vem, upam, da ne, ampak če bi mi otrok zbolel, pa sem imel 3, dvomim, da bi mu dal neko smolo, ki jo lahko kupam tamle zdaj in bogala. A veste, treba bo enkrat, ne, se pa govorim kot posameznik, v bistvu, treba bo enkrat pač pride do tega, da ta smola, ki se zdaj prodaja, kakršnakoli že je, nihče ne ve, kva je noter, v bistvu. A veste, to lahko zmešaš. To so podatki, ne vem, če je dobro, v redu, imate več, nekdo ima podatke, nekdo jih pa nima. Ampak, a veste, sam, kar se agronomske plati tiče, recimo, kar jaz rečem, kar bi kmetici lahko naredili, jaz ne vem, za vse to, ampak že takole, če gledamo, sama pridelava je v bistvu že po Evropi. Holandci imajo pač svoje sorte, ki imajo sorte. Avstrijci izgledajo vsem, če gledam po agronomski plati, vsem, ki sorto sedijo, sam nema veliko THC-ja, ki ga itak ekstrahirajo ven in potem lepo so sam kemična substanca. Zdaj pa Čehi so imeli nekaj svojega, pa so uvažali od Bedrokana, ne vem, zanima me, kje sorte so gojila, so dobili licenco od Holandcev, da so to gojili, ali se kakšen problem s tem, kako kar jaz poznam to stvar, pa sem dosti tega prebral, v bistvu, Holandci so nekaj časa rabili, da so prišli do teh sort in so koliko toliko standardizirali. A veste, ne more pa to biti, bom rekel, tako, ko gledaš tega Simpsona, ki tle hod po Sloveniji s tem klobukom, pa prodaja tisto olje, pa te zadeve, pa greš k njemu na predavanje, ali pa ga gledaš na internetu, pa na koncu tudi na internetu, na YouTubeu, če bo, mogoče bo enkrat so najbolj, da posnetek popravi možakar. Ja, veste, vse to se pač dela z nekimi topili, a ne? Vprašanje je potle, katera topila, pa v bistvu načeloma nekaj ni važno, zato ker sama substance, ki so v tej konoplji, ki to olje dobiš, pač povozijo vso tisto slabo, kar je v tistih topilih. A veste, mislim, to ne more, pa nisem ne zdravnik, ne neče, ne? Ampak to treba nekako predelovati nekaj standardov, pa ne more to biti neko packanje doma. Čisto hvala.
Hvala, odzadi imamo še kamera, ne na levo, še bo kolegam. Bomo šli po vrti, vsak naj dobi najprej enkrat besedo.
Hvala za besedo, pozdravljene, jaz sem Anton Rožeč, drugače tudi aktiven na Kmetijsko-gozdarski zbornici. Spregovoril bom o gojenju oziroma pridelavi konoplje. Kot verjetno ste seznanjeni, je v lanskem letu bila na Kmetijsko-gozdarski zbornici ustanovljeno slovensko združenje za konopljo v prehranske in neprehranske namene. Torej, tukaj govorimo o konoplji. Če sta predhodnika in gospod Grkman spregovorili o industrijski pa v indijski, torej to združenje pokriva torej skratka celoto. V tem združenju Morašinke krovna organizacija, slovensko združenje, imajo tudi 4 strokovne ali pa imamo 4 strokovne odbore, torej za seme, pridelavo, predelavo in trženje. Torej, če sem že spregovoril, sicer bo kratek v pridelavi, tudi pričakujem, da nas boste povabili za glede pridelave konoplje v Sloveniji. Torej, kot smo slišali, imamo izkušnje že v tujini, kjer bomo lahko to znanje njihovo pridobili in bili seveda čim hitreje tudi pri nas uspešni. Bom pa upozoril tako ministrstvo kot javni zavod za zdravstvo, da pričakujem ker običajno nekateri začnejo že na začetku o delovnih mestih bolj izboljšati način življenja kmetom v mestu na zadnje. Upam, da bo to dano v zibelko slovenskim kmetom in da bodo zaposleni slovenski ljudje, da se ne bi slučajno zgodilo, ker že nekaj se sliši, da bi prišli v Slovenijo na posamezna področja, tako smo slišali gospoda Grkmana, kjer bodo večji kompleksi, kjer seveda potem tudi to urejeno in se bo pridelalo take cvete, ki so zaželeni nekje iz tujine. Lepa hvala.
Zdaj imamo še tisti, ki niste še imeli besedo najprej, mislim, da... Ja?
Lepo pozdravljeni, Križančič Rastko z Inštituta notranjega ravnovesja. Najprej lepo pozdravljam ta posvet. Odlično je, da imamo ta dialog, da končno prijemo do tega, da se lahko na tem nivoju pogovarjamo, ne samo kaj, ampak tudi kako. Sam sem se zdravil z konopljo po vsej razni medicinski poti, spoznal sem dronabinol, ki je na mene deloval na psihološki ravni, ne pa toliko na fizični ravni. Potem poskušal sem tudi z bedrokanom, bediolom, ki so mi ga predpisovali zdravniki v Avstriji. Sam pa sem odkril, da obstajajo sorte, vrste, ki na mojo klinično sliko, na kronično črevesno vnetje, na ulcerozni kolitis, delujejo boljše kot vse te variante, boljše kot bedrokan, boljše kot bediol. In pri sprejemanju zakonodaje in spreminjanju tega odnosa do konoplje bi vas samo prosil, da upoštevate tudi tiste bolnike, ki iščemo variante, ki so najboljše za nas in da to upoštevate tudi pri pregonu bolnikov. Se pravi, da pomembno je, da se bolniki ne preganjajo, tudi če se odločimo, da dobivamo konoplo iz enega drugega vira. Se pravi, iz vira, ki mu tako ali drugače subjektivno zaupamo. Najlepša hvala.
Pozdravljeni, moje ime je Tomaž Korenc, sem predstavnik Vladne komisije za droge, ki predstavlja Zvezo uradne organizacije na področju drog in zasvojenosti. Glede na današnjo pogovor in debate, pozdravljam dobre politike, vendar pozabljamo nekaj, da to, kar smo dobili predstavljeno, ni celostni pristop do medicinske konoplje ali do družbe. Namreč z enim pristopom, kot smo zdaj, recimo z uredbo spremembe za razvitev prepovedanih drog, smo naredili en korak naprej, vendar ta korak je samo na papirju. Izpostavili smo tudi v bistvu problem mladostnikov in problem recimo uporabe konoplje pri mladostnikih za zdravljenje bolezni. Namreč vsi ti problemi smo dali tudi neke rešitve, se pravi neke omejitve, neke, bom rekel, barijere, ki nastanejo pri medicinski uporabi konoplje za bolezni. In zdaj, če bi se vrnil pa pravzaprav na to moralno in etiko zdravljenja, bi pa lahko rekel samo tako, da v bistvu problem konoplje ga smo tako napihnili, da smo pozabili bistvo. Bistvo je pa to, da to zdravilo, da se uporablja v medicini, da, ker je toliko politično ali strokovno tabuizirano, recimo gospod zdravnik je prej lepo povedal, smo se mi začeli omejevati z ukrepi, ki jih bomo sprejeli, z omejevanjem predpisovanja, z omejevanjem časa. In se potem sprašujem kot predstavnik Vladne komisije, glede na to, da moramo poznati zakonodaje in tudi Evropske konvencije, zakaj omejitve? Razumem, zdravnik mora predpisati, vendar pristopi z omejitvami ali onemogočenjem, imamo recimo primeri za zdaj, aktualno politiko, smo prišli do tega, da dejansko so prišli uporabniki ali bolniki na kaznovano stran, zdravniki ne predpisujejo snovi, ko so imeli izobraževanje, ni bilo podpore, kaj bomo naredili? Spravi, vse to, kar smo govorili, super, vendar 20 let že poslušamo bolniki, prepovedano mladostniki. Statistike se niso statistično spremenile za 2%, vendar spet smo prišli na stran, kaj pa mladostniki. Glejte, mladostniki bodo uporabljali substance. Naš pristop, ali pristop recimo
nevladnega sektorja je pa to, da preprečimo zgodnjo uživanje substanc, da predstavimo, ali da bolnikov, tudi mladostnikov, razložimo, zdravnik, starš, da je to zdravilo. Ne se zdaj mešamo, mi pa mešamo drogo, pa industrijsko konopljo, pa niti ne vemo, kako terminološko rečemo, ker stvari, govorimo o indijski konoplji. Se pravi, mi se moramo pogovarjati o zakonodaji, zakonodaja ima jasno terminologijo in če nismo sposobni tega, potem prosim, mislim, ne glede to na vas, na vse to nas, ne se moramo vprašati, ali smo dovolj strokovni, da se pogovarjamo o substanci, ki pravzaprav v osnovi se pogovarjamo tudi o 3 stvarih. Sprej, pogovarjamo se o medicinske konoplji, pika, to je zdravilo kot apaurin, leksaurin, xanax, protibolečinske tablete. Zakaj toliko besed pri nečem, kar že 20 let spremljamo? Hvala.
Jaz bom samo odgovorila pravzaprav na 2 vprašanja. Najprej gospodu, ki se zdravi z kanabinoidi in sicer 2 stvari, ki so danes zelo veliko govorili, zelo pomembna vprašanja in seveda ne moramo tudi nekaj uraceno. Jaz bi rada na 2 stvari pravzaprav poudarila, 2 stvari bi rada poudarila in sicer nove ugotovitve v tem zdravljenju s kanabinoidi. V zadnjem obdobju se je ugotovilo, kako važna je individualna terapevtska doza in kako velik razpon je. In seveda zato je treba za vsako indikacijo to dozo individualno skrbno titracijo določiti. Razni tega mi tudi nismo imeli časa, bomo še, kar je tudi bilo obljubljeno, govorili o patofiziologiji nastanka simptoma. Recimo motnja v apetitu, anoreksija, kot imenujemo, je pri raku čisto druga patofiziologija, povzročajo ga prokahektični in provnetni citokini, kot apetit, jaz ne vem, pri nervozni anoreksiji ali pa ne vem, zaradi drugih skrbi. Zato je to zelo pomembno, razen tega, kot smo že slišali in je bilo nakazano, mi govorimo o konoplji. Konoplj, lahko rečem, danes ni indika ali sativa ali karkoli, ampak jih je ogromno. Konoplj je skoraj neskončno, kot je neskončno, kot je veliko število bolezni, ki jih zdravimo in veliko število receptov za to. Tako da moramo za vsakega bolnika iz njegovega področja postaviti njegovo terapevtsko dozo, indikacijo in seveda ugotoviti, kakšno kombinacijo kanabinoidov oziroma kakšno potrebuje. Še gospodu Radišiču bom odgovorila, zdravniki poznamo in tudi bomo znali dozirati konopljo, zato ker onkolog, jaz sem onkolog, zato bom stališča onkologa, predvsem s kanabinoidi in s konopljo zdravimo kronične, težke bolezni, ki so skoraj neozdravljive, zato moramo dobro biti izobraženi v diagnostiki, ugotavljanju učinkov zdravila, ki ga dajemo, in veliko novih zdravil smo v onkologiji, kot v drugih strokih uvajali takšne zdravila in seveda se to naučili. Zato bo iz vsakega področja indikacijo postavil specialist iz tega področja in ga potem posredoval na osnovno zdravstvo. Hvala.
Hvala lepa. V zadnji vrsti imamo še eno roko.
Hvala. Bi samo repliciral gospodu farmacevtu in še 2 pripombe dodal. Prvič, ni potrebno kajenje, niti inhaliranje, ampak se to da lepo v kokos, se greje se na 60 stopinj in se s tem ujamejo vsi trpeni, kjer se poveča učinkovitost same smole za večkrat, ker trpeni določajo lastnosti smole. Moja druga stvar je, konopelj imamo več 100 000 vrst, ki je vsega specifična za svoje bolezni in kako bodo zdaj avstrijska država, ki goji specifično konopljo s umetnimi gnojili, pod umetnimi lučmi, probal sem njihovo kvaliteto in je naporno. To ne bi vzel niti podrazno, ne. Zdaj, druga stvar je, če hočemo to samič kvaliteto gnojiti, bomo mogli dopustiti vrtičkasto. Tretja stvar je industrijska konoplja. 80% industrijske konoplje so hermafroditi. Se pravi, sorta nestabilna, nedorečena in tudi vrstno ne bi smela biti upoštevana po vseh bioloških pravilih. To nam je industrija podtaknila neplodne, nesposobne in nekoristne sorte, ki so primerne samo za olje in za gradnjo. To je to. Hvala.
Hvala lepa. Jaz sem počasno končala, ker mislim, da ne bomo prišli do dna mogoče nekim specifikam ali pa nekim področjem, ki vas še posebej zanimajo. Kot je bilo rečeno, to ni zadnji dogodek, je pa ena priložnost, da dobimo nek širši izvid v problematiku in tudi o tem, kako so se tega ljudje druge države. Kolegico Vesno prosim za kratek povzetek današnjega dne, preden
Jaz vsekakor ne bom vsega ponavljala, kar je bilo rečeno, ampak strnila sem vse v nekih 10 točk, ki niso dovolj natančne, bomo to tudi dopolnili, seveda se je pisal vaš čas tudi zapisnik zelo natančno in vse se bo upoštevalo kot vložek v nadaljni proces priprave rešitve za Slovenije. Ampak kaj smo tukaj ugotavljali? Ugotavljali smo danes, da je uporaba konoplje v zdravstvene namene nekaj, kar ima dolgo zgodovino, dolgo tradicijo, tako glede regulacije, kot glede samih indikacij in uporabe. Veliko je sicer anekdotičnih informacij, smo slišali na začetku, v zadnjih letih pa se počasi kopičijo tudi študije, ki potrjujejo nekatere medicinske učinke in lahko pričakujemo, da bo tega v prihodnosti še več. Medicinska raba konoplje iz različnih razlogov ni bila zanimiva za farmacevtsko industrijo, smo slišali, in večino pobud za njeno umestitev v medicinsko obravnavo smo dobili iz civilne družbe, iz politike oziroma kar ne je bilo prepoznano, da je treba nekaj ukreniti zaradi stiske bolnih. To so bili ključni driveri, zakaj se je na tem področju začelo premikati. Nabor znanstvenih dokazov o zdravilnosti in tudi o potencialnih stranskih učinkih oboje je zelo zaenkrat še skromen, vendar raste. Kot zdravilo pa smo se tudi strinjali, mislim, da je veliko ljudi to povedali, pa mora biti medicinska konoplja varna, učinkovita, standardizirana. Skratka, zanjo veljajo enaki postopki in standardi kot za druga zdravila. Potem smo še rekli, da z rabo konoplje, tudi medicinske, se seveda povečajo številna tveganja in tudi o teh tveganjih ni še dovolj znanstvenih dokazov. Prej smo slišali promet, tam je še največ, smo tudi danes prej slišali, da v prometu imamo neke dokaze, so pa še druga področja, kjer ne pomeni, da ni tvegan, ampak pomeni, da nimamo še enih dokazov, ki bi zelo jasno povedali, kakšna in do kakšne mere ta tveganja so. Primeri držav, ki že imajo urejeno rabo in gojenje medicinske konoplje, tudi skladno s konvencijo, kažejo, da gre za eno zelo organizacijsko zahtevno in tudi regulativno zahtevno področje, kjer država seveda prevzema odgovornost za kakovost izdelkov iz medicinske konoplje, različnih izdelkov. In tudi smo povedali, da obsegi pridelave niso tako veliki v nobeni od teh držav, ki so bile prikazane, oziroma kjer smo videli, kako se tam stvari odvijajo, niso ti obsegi tako veliki, v ospredje pa se daje predvsem potrebe ljudi v končni fazi zdravljenja ali tiste, ki jim medicina ne more več pomagati na drug način, za katere pa sklenemo, da niso bili dovolj ustrezno naslovljeni z drugimi vidiki medicine in je to za njih najboljša rešitev. Potem smo tudi še, in zdaj mogoče bi s tem zaključila, nekako mislim, da smo vsi edini, da v Sloveniji ne bomo čakali, ampak bomo v sodelovanju s stroko pripravili nek predlog ureditve in drugih okvirjev, ne samo pravne ureditve, ampak vseh okvirjev, tudi strokovnih, s katerim bomo to področje uredili tako, da bo dostopnost bolnikom, ki potrebujejo zdravila iz medicinske konoplje, oziroma medicinsko konopljo, da bo dostopnost takšna, da bo vsak lahko, ki v Sloveniji to potrebuje, tudi do tega prišel. Današnji dogodek bi mogoče sklenila, je seveda, upam, bil navdihujoč, mislim, da smo se zelo lepo in kulturno pogovarjali, stališča so bila absolutno različna, ampak nekako v marsičem pa mislim, da smo se vendarle strinjali, predvsem v tem, da je treba ta proces nadaljevati. In sicer zato lahko rečem, to bodo potem tudi za mano še potrdili, da bomo v prihodnje imeli še več priložnosti za usklajevanje tako s posameznimi strokami, tudi za vključitvijo civilne družbe, vseh resorjev in skušati z vseh vidikov pravilno nasloviti umestitev medicinske konoplje v Slovenijo.
Hvala, Vesna. Res dela ključne stvari. Jaz bi se na koncu rada najprej zahvalila vsem našim gostom in govorcem iz tujine. Vsi po vrsti ste bili izvrstni in hvala, ker ste delili z nami vaše izkušnje, vaše znanje in vaše uvide. Obljubili smo, da bodo gradiva na voljo vsem udeležencem in tudi tistim, ki so bili povabljeni, pa žal danes niso se mogli udeležiti. Jih bomo s pridom uporabljali še naprej v našem procesu. Hvala vsem, ki ste se udeležili in konstruktivno sodelovali pri današnjem posvetu. In ne nazadnje hvala mojim sodelavcem, ki so ta dogodek organizirali in naredili vse prav, da je potekalo vse, kot je treba. Pa še na koncu hvala prevajalkam, ki so poskrbele za to, da smo se vsi dobro razumeli. Hvala še enkrat in lepo.